Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem or get information on city services, everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions to everyday problems, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Get better quality, better service, and better results. Life made easy with 311. Download MyCC 311 app today.
The Junior Olympics is happening April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So last year when we pulled it off in 2022, it was an amazing opportunity to bring it back to Corpus Christi after being gone for 30 years.
Nowadays, to bring Junior Olympics back into Corpus, it's awesome because you don't know, you might be looking at the future world champions.
And now they get to go in there, get that experience, to be able to perform in front of thousands of people, and then have that memory and that experience for the rest of their life to talk about.
You're going to be seeing kids from 8 all the way to the age of 16, and for them leaving it all in the ring and duking it out. You're preparing for the best, and of course you want to meet the best, and you're going to meet the best in there. It's got to be conditioning from the basics all the way learning your combos.
The excitement that the crowd gives takes a lot of courage to be able to step in the ring and do that, knowing you're going to battle against somebody and it's going to be one winner, and it's all on you, giving it 100%.
And to show that courage and that they have that will, that it can be done, it's a whole different, I mean, that's what you want to experience. And they'll learn something and meaningful, and there's something they're going to take with them for the rest of their life.
This year, we're looking to break records. We want over 500 registered boxers to attend, and we're expecting over 5,000 to 6,000 people in attendance for the 3 days. So it's a big impact for the city, and we love that because of the fact that it's a part of our community that we're here. I would like for you to come out and show your support to all these amateur boxers that have been training hard, get some ringside action. Again, you never know who the next professional boxer that's going to be performing here today that you'll see later in life.
1, 2, 3, yeah!
The City of Corpus Christi has been working hard for the future. To ensure we have a confident supply of clean water, we've secured 4 water sources for our community. But it's up to you to maintain our water supply through effective and efficient use, limiting your outdoor watering, installing modernized plumbing, and making smart landscaping choices. Together, we can keep our water resources secure for our growing city.
Did you know you can submit a request for city services in just a few minutes using your phone? Download the free MyCC 311 app to get started. Quickly report issues such as street maintenance, water or gas issues, garbage pickup, code violations, or animal care services. The MyCC 311 app is easy to use. Upload information and photos, identify the location, hit submit, and you're all done. Life made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. And what if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts. Taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert signup. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome to City Hall and Council Chambers. This morning, we're going to begin with our invocation given by Pastor Greg Hood with Reach Ministries.
Good morning, servants of the Lord. One and all, and especially those in leadership for our city. One of the wisest men, who was a public servant who ever lived, when asked of the Lord, what do you want from me to give you? What do you want me to give you? He said, I like wisdom to lead your people. Could we do any better? Let's pray. Father, I thank you for the great model that King Solomon gives us, that he called on you for wisdom, and you were pleased with that, and you said, I will give you not only that, but riches, power, and his wisdom and power did good for the world. I pray, God, that the leadership here in our city might also receive wisdom and do good to this city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the Texas state flag will be led by Roel Chapa. He is an 8th grade student at Miller High School, and he's on the AB Honor Roll.
Will you honor me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all. Now please join me with saying the honor of the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Roel, and good luck in your studies.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pusley. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And we'll move on to section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council.
Good morning.
We do have, there's 3 things posted, but we're going to cover 2 things this morning, our financial audit, and then we're going to do an overview of the STAR program. And we'll come back with the American Rescue Plan at a future meeting. We need a little more time on that one. But we're happy to start off by talking about our external audit. It's a financial audit that's performed by our city by an external firm consistent with other cities' best practices. We have our finances reviewed at the close of a fiscal year. And we concluded this morning an audit committee meeting where the audit committee members and that committee chaired by Councilman Hernandez got an in-depth briefing on our financial audit. Sanchez, our Chief Financial Officer, is going to walk us through some of the some of the highlights of the audit. But just to highlight it here, that the audit done by Weber and Tidwell, who is our external auditor, is a clean audit, meaning there are no issues with the management of our finances. And that's a significant story because we're talking about $1 billion every year that's managed well, according to our external auditors, both the receipt of the monies and then the expenditure of the monies. So we received what they call a clean opinion. There were no material weaknesses and there were no significant deficiencies in how we audit or how we manage our finances, according to the auditor. So that's great news. That's a simple story. Constance is our Chief Financial Officer, will go into a little more detail on the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Constance Sanchez. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, and it's my pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm happy to present to you the results from our fiscal 2022 annual audit. It's this big book in front of you. I'd like to begin by introducing the staff that are responsible for this hours and hours of work that went into this book. We have Heather Hurlbert, our Director of Finance, Alma Casas, the Assistant Director, Judy Sandrusi, our Controller, and Martha Messer, our Chief Accountant. And I'd also like to point out that Judy Sandrusi was one of the 5 recipients for the City of Corpus Christi's Women of Inspiration Award last month during Women's History Month. So thank you, Judy. We also have with us today the external auditor, Laura Lambert, who is the engagement partner with Weaver and Tidwell. And she's right sitting on the front row. And as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, a presentation was made this morning to the audit committee regarding the results from our fiscal 22 audit. The city has completed its external audit and submitted it to the city secretary's office by March the 31st, which is the statutory deadline. And I hope that Greg Smith is listening, because every year he asks me if we turn it in, and yes, sir, we turned it in on time this year, so yay. The city did receive a clean opinion on both the financial audit and the single audit, which is the audit of the city's grants. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies were noted in the financial audit. Now, I just briefly want to mention that the single audit, which is for the grants, has a different timeline. That is due on April the 30th, and it was completed yesterday. Again, we had a clean opinion on the single audit. There was one material weakness that was noted, but the city is currently contesting that, and so that has not been finalized yet. So the city has worked over the last 5 years in improving our internal controls. For the fiscal 2016 financial audit, many years ago, if you can believe it, we had 7 material weaknesses, 3 significant deficiencies, and 7 control deficiencies. But since Peter Zanoni, our city manager, has been here, we have had none, 0. So I think that speaks very well to the fiscal management of the city. You know what, there we go. We not only completed our annual audit, but staff holds monthly meetings with the city manager to review our budget and finances. Quarterly reports are prepared and presented to the city council and posted on the city's website. We also do a mid-year budget review, which will be coming back to the city council, I believe, the first meeting in May to talk about. And then, of course, we do our annual budget development. So we have a strong and hardworking financial team. I'm very happy to report that the general fund position at the end of September 30th, 2022 remains strong. The fund balance the unassigned fund balance at September the 30th was $1.6 million over what we had estimated for the year. And the $61.4 million represents the amount that's reserved per the city's budget policies for our major contingencies, which represents about 75 days of expenditures. And so that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Constance, I don't see any questions, but wow, that's a wonderful report. And that's a huge yes to the team, to you, to Peter, everyone. Thank you. That's a huge good news item. So thank you very much for all the diligence. I know you guys work very hard. And it's, you know, it speaks volumes, the transparency and everything that what is the name of the, they gave us the clean.
Clean, right. We had a clean audit opinion.
Clean audit opinion,
Right.
There you go. Yeah, thank you. Councilman Roy.
You know, it's such good news that I tried to get the city manager to put a billboard of the team up on 37. You know, maybe a couple other places around town, but it's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilman
Peter.
Roy. Yes, and just to repeat one more time, it's really the staff. Constance mentioned me in her comments, but the team that's in front of us here today, led by Heather, and initially by Constance, but led by Heather, is a very strong, dedicated team. And again, we're talking about $1 billion of monies that are managed by a professional finance department, and that's we can't say it enough that we appreciate what they do, and the taxpayers do as well. Because what the external auditor told us is that our monies are being accounted for both in the receipt side and the expenditure side in a professional manner that is clean and that does not have any discrepancy. So again, thank you. And coincidentally, later on in our presentation, we're going to hear from our financial advisors, which is a different group, but I want to recognize them as well from from Specialized Public Finance, Dan and Victor, they are in the back, so we'll see them later. But we do have a comprehensive finance team to include our own internal professionals, but that's augmented by financial advisors from the outside. City Council recently approved the contract with Specialized Public Finance, and they're professionals in their own field and help us even more to make sure that we're a well financially managed city for the community. So thank you, Dan and Victor, and we'll hear from you shortly. So, Mayor, the second item on the agenda on my city manager comment is an overview of what we're calling the STAR program, And so we can all relate when it comes to home improvements or work around your property that it's not always easy to pick that right contractor. And Development Services, who's in the business of working with all of our contractors, has devised a program to help the community know when a contractor is recognized by us, and it's called the STAR program. Michael Dice, our Assistant Director for Development Services, is going to go over the program. Development Services launched this voluntary program just recently, and the word STAR in this case stands for Safety, Training, Accountability, and Registration. So STAR. DSD developed the program beginning in 2021 with input from citizens and stakeholders. During the development, DSD had vendor engagement opportunities and has conducted numerous presentations to develop the program. So it wasn't just something they found off the internet. It was modeled after best practices, but it includes stakeholder engagement, community engagement to make sure that when we launch something like this, it's meaningful and it's something that the community can already expect to meet the demands that they have. And so STAR will assist, as I mentioned, citizens in Corpus Christi make more informed choices when it comes to hiring contractors for jobs at their homes or their properties. STAR will also help promote exemplary local contractors to the community. So we're pretty excited about this. This is kind of an added value effort by Michael Dice and his team and Al Raymond as well. It's free, it's a voluntary program. And with that, Michael Dice, our Assistant Director, will give us a little more information on this exciting program. Michael?
Thanks, Peter. That's basically my presentation. So again, I'm here, Michael Dice, Assistant Director of Development Services, here to talk about the STAR program we're launching over at DSD. So again, one of the top questions we always get is, hey, I need to re-roof, or I need to do something at my house construction-wise. We are limited in what we can recommend. I can't recommend a contractor, somebody ethically. So what we've done is we've created this STAR program, which Peter said stands for Safety, Training, Accountability, and Registration. Again, this assists the citizens in finding those qualified contractors, provides clear understanding to promote and the program with contractors. We want to partner with those local contractors. We're going to provide free training to local contractors, which hasn't been done before. Again, it's voluntary, it's not required, it's free. And again, these participants will be listed on a database on our website. Currently, it's Excel. It's not real flashy yet, but we're developing a new software that will help with that. And again, we want to promote local, well-qualified contractors. So the registration categories, we've broken it up to make it simple, easily recognizable. We all know the Olympics, military medals, even we have some insurance people here. There are health plans that are bronze, silver, and gold, so everybody knows those ratings. So the Bronze Star is our base level. Again, all it would require is an application, signing a code of ethics acknowledgement, a general proof of insurance, and the insurance requirement, we actually mirrored what the TDLR does. So any current electric contractor, mechanic contractor, plumbing contractor that are licensed with the state, they already have this. And again, a completed and approved criminal background check. Again, those same contractors, the state already requires that. So they would already have those. Anybody else, be it a general contractor, residential builder, they would need to do a background check. But it's the same background check we require for mobile food vendors, door-to-door salesmen here in the city. So that Silver Star or middle level, it's the same, the first four you'll notice are the same as the bronze level. In addition, we'll ask for no construction-related contractor infractions or complaints. Again, anyone that's got complaints against a contractor that's on the STAR program can vet that through us. We'll work with contractors to mediate as best as we can between that citizen and that contractor. Those will be logged, researched, and founded or unfounded by the director. DSD approved trainings, again, we have free training. Not a lot of cities do that. we meet every other Wednesday and offer those free trainings. Again, those are free to contractors to attend. We've actually already had some participate in some of those trainings, so it's good outreach to the contractors. And again, current on all permitting and fees. So the top level, Gold Star, requires those bronze and silver requirements as well. What we wanted to do here with the gold level is promote more longstanding members of the local contractor community. So if you've been registered a minimum of 5 years, that's one qualification or one requirement. At least one of the agents or contractors maintains an ICC, a code council certification, or another certification that's approved by the building official or director. Again, this establishes that higher level of qualifications and knowledge. And one thing we wanted to do is include the local organizations who have been helpful in getting this launched. So membership to a local professional organization, which promotes membership in those organizations. Again, participation and training in local community activities as well. Easy table. This basically runs across left to right, what's required, how much, what level. Super simple. We've all seen this before. So this table is out there on the application as well as the information bulletin we provided online. So like I said, pretty quick, pretty short. Peter covered most of it. I just want to give a quick shout out to staff and stakeholders who've been involved since the beginning. Alicia, Trey, Bart, Moses at the CBHBA. I don't think they're here. Amy over at AGC, Jane at ABC, and again, all the citizens that have turned out. We promoted this in district meetings, so we went to every district, and we've had many, many presentations on this since 2021.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Michael, thank you for doing this. I remember we talked about it a year or so ago or a couple years ago. I know there'd be times that I'd get calls with people saying, hey, the holdup is, development services, and it turns out that's a story that their contractor gave them. And, I appreciate the extensive work you and your team have done to get the facts out there. Yep. And sometimes it's not always DSD. Sometimes we do have our bureaucratic issues, but I think in this particular case, particularly with the consumer, an individual that says, hey, I need to have some electrical work redone at my house, and it gets held up. What kind of trainings is it that you said that you said you did all this free training? What kind of training is it you're doing?
So every other week staff meet to learn about new codes, new ways of inspections, new ways of plan review, anything new out there. We also have refresher courses on the existing code. Obviously right now we have the new code coming up, the 2021 code is coming up. So we'll have a lot of meetings going over those changes from the existing code, which is the 2015, to the most current code. So lots of opportunity out there. So we have a lot of different trainings, even trainings on our online computer system. So how they pull permits online. As we launch this new software, we'll have plenty of those trainings as well, even outside of the Wednesday trainings.
Is there anything that we do, or because I didn't see it in your presentation, that communicates to the property owner or the individual that, hey, a permit has been requested to complete these improvements in your home, and that way that individual knows what the challenge is?
So our new permitting system will allow automatic updates through email, SMS, text, different ways of communication. So as long as the owner is listed on that permit, they'll be able to get notifications. You'll be able to log in and see where the permit is. You'll be able to see what the status is of certain reviews or inspections. So it'll even have an online, currently we have an online where you can go on and check, hey, what's going on over there? You can plug in an address and see what permit. It doesn't give a lot of details, but it does say whether or not a permit was pulled. The new system, you'll be able to fully research that.
And I mean, I'm just, in my unqualified opinion, I know it would help me. I mean, there's been times, I think I talked to you about it a couple of years ago. We had to replace a water heater, and we bought the house 5 years ago. And, when we replaced the water heater, apparently it wasn't installed up to code when it was originally installed. And then all of a sudden, to get it up to code, it cost me like another $1,000. And
Correct.
I think I said, I think the conversation was, is this right? And I guess if there's a system, and I'm not trying to say just because I'm not a solution in search of a problem, but obviously vet it through the home builders or the AGC, so that way the consumer has a place to look to recognize that, hey, my contractor is telling me this, but I'm looking here, Mr. Contractor, and it's telling me this is a challenge with my permit, or the permit for my.
Correct. And again, we've worked with AGC, ABC, CBHBA. We've worked with the local groups to make sure that they want to promote this program. They want to promote good contractors. What I brought up here is the Contractor Code of Ethics. Again, it's not, a massive legal form, but it basically states that the contractors are going to be ethical in what they do. They're going to pull the permits that are required. And again, having that information out there is valuable to citizens to be able to do that research.
Yeah.
And again, we're not necessarily saying other licensed contractors are bad.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you've met the requirements, that's there, but this is just an extra tool.
I guess the thing is too, and then I think you've spoken one, Frost Bank usually does this deal at West Oso with regard to individual, and then Neighborhood Services is out there too on, they do it once a year for improvements to their home, and that's picking a contractor is one of them. But it's like I said, I think if there was a system where we could communicate to the public, there's an easy way for you to track this, or somehow we notify them either by mail or by email. Just my own common sense may not be somebody else's, but I just wanted to offer that.
No, understood. And we've got, we have some traction with some local media. Channel 10 has picked up this story a number of times as we've gone through. They have a number of horrible stories of contractors that have taken advantage of people. And again, it's not the members of CBHBA, AGC, or ABC. Those typically aren't the ones that do that. But by this and the local media promoting it, it'll help in that decision making. We'll be able to promote social media, those instances, the meetings. I hate to say websites, but we have a website.
Yeah.
But as much as we can, and I think the help of the local media is just one step further than we've been able to do.
And Michael, I would encourage you to use us.
Absolutely.
Use all of these social media platforms. You have 9 multiplied if there are multiple platforms. So send us something that we can put out there, a little graphic,
You are now a hashtag.
There you go. There you go. Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This sounds like a very good program. I may have missed this. Do you have a time frame as to when this is going to be available to the public?
We've already soft launched it. The online should be by the end of this week. Again, it's kind of a basic searchable Excel spreadsheet, which is very 80s, but it's going to move to a new system with our launch of our new Enforce system. We'll be able to extract some of that data, and that should launch hopefully by the end of the year. But we'll be able to have that information available to the public hopefully by the end of the week. Anybody that participates.
Right. This is great information. I think there's contractors and then there's contractors, and I've been fortunate. We've been fortunate to not have get stung by some of the bad ones, but there are some bad ones out there, and any information we can provide the public to help them kind of guide them in a more positive direction, I think is going to be a good for the community. Thank you so much for doing this.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate you on your work. I know that y'all get, let's say, some stressful earfuls sometimes, but I appreciate it because, I'm the newest member of our EDC, and we have the highest amount of square feet in history. And I want to thank you guys because if it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't have all these new businesses coming in. So I know there are businesses still trying to get up and started, but without y'all's help, they couldn't make it there. So thank you very much, and thank you for setting a new record of new business and square footage in the city of Corpus Christi.
Well, that's not on us. I appreciate the compliment, but I think city leadership, elected officials, you guys do a great job. We're just here to make sure the dirt is pushed and the permits are issued and everything's safe. So if we make it easy, people will want to come here.
Right.
That's the key.
Thank you. Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Michael, this is a great program, and thank you very much for all the work you guys have put into this. I think it's a great step forward. What I would say is kind of along the lines of what the mayor was saying. Utilize as much advertising as you can, because when you say it's going to be on our website, that's
I know.
It might as well be on Mount Everest, so.
We have a great website. Just throw it out there.
Sometimes. But, Peter, what I'd like to say is when we're going to initiate programs like this, we have a brand new, I don't know what her official title is, communications director, marketing director, whatever title she's been. We ought to bring with this program a presentation by that person as to how we're going to get the word out about this to the people in this community so they can utilize it.
Okay.
Because it doesn't do us any good to design these fancy programs and put all this effort into it if people don't know where to access the information.
All right, let me see if Michael has, do you have any information on that this
So
morning, Michael?
we have spoken with Logan. We've got some stuff that'll be coming out again as part of this. A lot of the questions aren't necessarily go to here or go to there. They come directly to us. They call our main line.
Sure.
826. But they call the main line and they straight up ask us, hey, can you guys recommend somebody? Can
Right.
you tell us where to go for this? The response is always Google search it.
Right.
Yeah,
'cause
Michael,
I
we're talking
can't
about the
tell.
launching of the program. What's your
Yeah.
plans to launch it? I know you've worked on
So
some.
with that, we're utilizing, again, Logan to do some social media stuff. We're using the local media to help promote it. We've been in talks with Andy Lascano for a lot of his stories. So there are things, is Andy here? There he is. There are things that are out there that are moving. I don't have any slides of that to present at this meeting, and anytime future we will.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, I think that's everything. Thank you for facilitating. As Councilman Hunter said, y'all are critical. I mean, nothing moves forward if we don't work together. So thank you. You've really changed the culture. It has changed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Peter, I think we're going to pause there. We're going to go to section F, which is public comment. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located here at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. And know that there are two opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. One is at this time, and the other is at the time in which we actually hear the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the buzzer goes off, if you would kindly wrap up or just end your sentence, we would really appreciate that. And if you have a petition or anything that you would like for us to have regarding your subject matter, if you'll please give that to our city secretary prior to speaking, she will distribute it to us and then start the timer. So with that, we will start with Kimberly McIntosh.
Madam Secretary, Your Honor, council members, I am probably one of your newest citizens in Corpus Christi. I bought a house on the 20th of December and moved here actually on January the 15th. And since I've been here, I've encountered the UBO nightmare that you guys have in your city. When I call in to try to get information on the concept of wastewater averaging, that's not a concept that exists anywhere else pretty much in the world that I've ever run into. I've lived in D.C. and Virginia, Maryland, South Carolina, Florida, you name it, and I've never seen wastewater averaging before. I've never heard of that. And when I was trying to get to the point of how much I'm being charged and what I was actually being charged for, I made a grand total of 13 phone calls, in excess of 5 hours on the phone. I have done extensive research online to try to figure out how you achieve a wastewater interim rate, which if you call UBO, they will use the interim rate, the wastewater average rate, and they use a minimum rate, and they use that term interchangeably, and that term is not interchangeable when you look into your actual definitions. So my household is a one-person household. For 48 days from the time I took over my house, I was charged $52.20, and that's for 4,653 gallons of water. I am one human being. I've received an additional bill that came in, the bill from March the 22nd, for $52.20. That's additionally for 4,653 gallons of water. So I have now been billed for 9,300 gallons of water. I am one human being. In that period of time, I've used less than 200. I call UBO and I said to them, could you please tell me if I use in excess of that interim amount of water, the 4,000 gallons of water, would you balance bill me? Oh yes, we would balance bill you. If you use 3,000 gallons more than that, we will balance bill you. And I said, but I have been billed for 9,306 gallons of water, and I have used less than 400. There is no mechanism in order or in place to reimburse me for said money. And they say, oh, it's only for 3 months. It's for December, January, and February. Or some people will say January, February, and March. It is not, that's not true. It's from the time you move here. So if your interim rate is already set, and I understand it's set by you folks, and budgeting is coming up, that's why I'm here. I want you to understand what the interim rate does to small households. You classify all residential people together, all residences together. And when you try to start looking at it, because what it says the interim wastewater average is that it is, it's the average of all Corpus Christi residents. And
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh, yes.
I want to add one really quick thing. I am also a widow of a 100% disabled vet. And this is the first time since my husband has died that I have ever been asked to pay property tax. You do realize that at the end, when my husband passed away, my income dropped to less than half of what it was when he was alive. So just so you realize, I know you're also going in for budgets on that. And just so you're aware, we're a very small group, but we're hit really hard.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Timothy Dowling.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Tim Dowling. I've been an attorney here in Corpus Christi for 41 years, and I'm here to tell you the city of Corpus Christi and each of you personally are under attack. The attacker is proposed legislation in the Texas legislature called HB 2127 and SB 814 preemption bills. These bills would preempt the city of Corpus Christi from acting in any area covered by 6 very extensive codes: agriculture, finance, insurance, labor, natural resources, and occupations, unless the Texas legislature tells you explicitly can do it. Current law says city can do anything it wants unless we, the legislature, tell you cannot. This bill says, no, you can't do anything in any of these fields unless we explicitly tell you can. So it totally reverses it. To make it worse, what happens if you violate it? Well, guess what? You can be sued in any of 254 counties in the state of Texas by any aggrieved person. And not only that you can be awarded attorney's fees if you win. So the city can be awarded attorney's fees, not only against the city, but against each one of you who voted for the ordinance or whatever the matter in question the person doesn't like. There is no official immunity like you have from other actions that you have. So you could have easily this scenario. Somebody here doesn't like a local ordinance got passed. He's got influence. He files a suit in Deaf Smith County, one in Beaumont, one in El Paso, pick a couple other counties, and all of a sudden you got to hire 6 law firms in 6 different locations. And at the end of that process, if any one of those judges in those distant counties says, I think the city of Corpus Christi did wrong, guess what? City of Corpus Christi is liable for their attorney's fees, and all of you who voted for it could be liable as well. It's a recipe for intimidation of local officials and rampant lawsuit abuse. I would think would also make someone more reluctant to run for office. You guys don't get paid much, you work real hard, and now you got to have personal liability on top of it. It doesn't make any sense. What will be the consequence? Many pressing local concerns will be unaddressed. You guys are a home rule city. You won't be a home rule city anymore in any of these 6 areas, and these 6 codes probably have hundreds, if not thousands, of different provisions in them. This is basically a radical power grab. The legislature wants to step in and basically say, you can't act on any of these 6 things. If the federal government did that to the state of Texas and said, you can't act on any of these 6 things, that would be a radical power grab, and this is no different. So how do we handle it under current law? You guys pass an ordinance, somebody doesn't like it, says it violates state law, we go over down the courthouse here locally, judge makes a ruling, that's the end of it. There's no local intimidation provision for any of you being liable for the attorney's fees. This is basically a radical reinterpretation of Texas law. It basically just gets the state of Texas into your business and prevents you from doing things that local citizens may be demanding you do. Just very briefly, one other bad thing that they're doing in the legislature, SB 990 and 5231, they would ban countywide voting. So we would go back to voting one precinct at a time. That's crazy.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling. We appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am. And I also
Yes.
have a handout, and I'd encourage you all to contact our outstanding legislators, especially Mr. Hunter, because he's the only
Yes.
one locally who's in their majority party.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Patricia Reinhardt. Patricia Reinhardt. Okay. Dorothy Pena. Dorothy Pena.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Pena, 2114 Meadow Pass Drive. My name is Dorothy Pena. I am an organizer for Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend, a member of For the Greater Good, and a part-time urban farmer. I am here today to nominate Adam Rios for the position on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Although I have not known Adam for very long, I have had the opportunity to hear his stories and how important it is to steward and protect the land and to honor the values of community building. He has worked extensively with youth on reservations across the country and helped implement the visions of spaces for the youth like skate and BMX parks through the Apache Passion Project. Adam has also voiced how important it is to deliver quality public parks that are enjoyable for multi-generations, to create open and safe spaces that encourage gatherings and celebrations, and spaces that shade the land, sink the rainwater in the form of rain gardens, and therefore prevent erosion and encourage the growth of native plants and grasses. The world is changing, and it is necessary for us to adapt and change as well. I stand behind the vision Adam has shared and see it as a wonderful opportunity to start moving into a different direction with public spaces. Thank you for your time and consideration of Adam Rios for the position on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Jessica Politza.
Hello, my name is Jessica Politza. I live in District 2. And on March 22nd, I attended the Port of Corpus Christi's Israel Water Story. There was a great presentation by Israeli desalination expert Abraham Tene. He stated that water saving and efficient use of water should be priority, next water reuse, and then desal as a last resort. Israel reuses 87% of their wastewater. What percent does Corpus reuse? I'm not sure. We need to implement more water conservation methods to reduce the demand on our strained water supply. But of course, you all have heard these things before and have not taken appropriate action on these words, so I have provided some visuals today highlighting the differences between doing desalination off of the Mediterranean Sea, as Israel does, and desal in Corpus Christi Bay, as some of you will not let go. So first, the Mediterranean Sea's average depth is 4,900 feet with a volume of 900,000 cubic miles. For comparison, the Gulf of Mexico, which y'all don't want to put the brine into, has average depth of 5,299 feet, but is thinner at a volume of less than 600,000 cubic miles, and these numbers are in those packets. So for the Corpus Christi Bay, where there are multiple proposed brine discharges with some rough calculations, the surface area is 192 square miles. The average depth is 10 feet. The volume is 0.3 cubic miles, not even one. So, yeah, we don't even have half of a cubic mile of water that this council wants to pollute with salt. How can you justify that? Because according to a port commissioner, desal is the most important thing to work on for economic prosperity. Well, we cannot eat money once the fish have died because of corporate greed. And back to the volume comparisons, if you want to do desal like Israel, for their 670 million gallons of water per day that they pull from the Mediterranean, we would be able to get a volume equivalent of 268 gallons of water. And I put the math in the back for your review. And this is consideration of fresh water, not the brine effluent, but it would be a similarly stark comparison. Another note is that these volume calculations do not fully take into account the effect of dredged ship channels, but we literally cannot predict how the salinity will disperse with desalination. Y'all are just gambling. So additionally, Israel has also proposed desal around their bay, and I'm uncertain if they will be discharging brine directly into it, but probably not because they're not ignorant. However, this bay is not even half a circle and more in the shape of a fish hook, and I added some photo comparisons. These bodies of water are completely different because we have barrier islands here that trap the water inside for much longer, and please understand this. Mr. Tene responded to a comment about this by saying for desal, you usually get water from the sea because it can handle salt accumulation, not from a harbor or a bay. No amount of zone of initial dilutions or mixing zones can save marine life from this council's desalination plants. Israel does desalination at, quote, the sacrifice of a few hundred meters of the sea.
Thank you,
And
Jessica.
one more real quick. The end of that quote was to give water to millions of people, which y'all will not be doing because the water is for industry. So please stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Leon Santos.
My name is Leon Santos, and I live at 1513 Barcelona. That area is not a flooded area, and the reason I'm here because FEMA made me buy insurance for flood, and I understand that a lot of residents need insurance for flood, like on Greenwood and Saratoga, it floods. They got a residence there. They almost every time it floods. I've been living in my house about 40 years, and I never had a flood. And they say, well, we just decided to make it a flooded area because we went 100 years back and we saw that it was flooded. We took pictures and it was flooded at that time. Well, I understand it was at that time there was no residence area there. It was a field area. And you notice that every time that it rains anywhere in the state, you're going on a highway and you look to your left and to your right and you see like it's a flood on both sides. And it's not a flood, it's just that they don't have no drainage. It's a field area that will stay there until it starts going down. But it's not a flood. It looks like a flood. And where I live, I had to do a mortgage on my house, and they say, well, I talked to them and said, well, it's not us, it's FEMA that wants for you, all of you to get a insurance for flood. I understand that I have hurricane and also just regular insurance for my house, and that is sufficient to take care of my problems. But flood insurance is not a problem for me or that neighborhood. And I'm not just speaking for myself, but for the neighborhood. And then they sent another paper saying if we needed more insurance on the house for flood, I mean, they had the nerve to send a letter asking me if I want to buy more insurance for my house for flood when I don't need insurance for flood. And it's never been flooded. I've been there for 40 years, and it was, that area was, that neighborhood was built before I got there, before I made my house home in 1513 Barcelona. I don't think that FEMA needs, they probably need the money because other people don't have insurance and they don't have enough money to supply them. So I don't think we need I don't think the area needs a flood.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Zanoni, could we get someone that can go over some of this and maybe have some
Right,
clarification
I
on?
think Gabriel.
Gabriel?
Yeah, Gabriel.
Oh, wonderful. He's
Hinojosa,
back there.
Assistant Director for
Mr.
Public
Santos,
Works.
the gentleman back there, he can go over some of this with you.
And Mayor, may I also ask that Denise Settle join them? Because, I mean, we're doing some things to help mitigate that with regard to the La Jolla Creek project to Denise Siddell. She's a constituent support.
Oh, yes, yes,
So that way
yes.
maybe she can coordinate with him. Is there any other milestones that happen as far as La Jolla Creek to
Sure,
the Gable?
sure. Yes, thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Good afternoon, taxpayer-paid employees and elected community members. One of the issues, there's 5 right now. We have a water bill issue that caused the local media to get involved. I experienced that for one of my clients. The current billing system that Mr. Zanoni put into place is faulty. There's something wrong with it. I got billed for, my client got billed for 36,000 gallons of water in a 3-person office that's only open 3 days a week. It took 5 city staffers to come and look at the property to blame it on a running toilet. As it turns out, one of the city staffers knew my client, so the bill was wiped. So we need to reevaluate the billing system because it is faulty and it is not working. We also have 2 things on the agenda today. $11 million in heavy water use for the Bill Watt Aquatic Center and the Cole Park Splash Pad. We are under a drought 1 contingency. You guys are here week after week telling us we are running out of water. Week after week putting ordinances and fines into place, but you guys are about to open up an aquatic center and a splash pad that requires water. So either we're getting lied to about the true position of the drought, or we need to reevaluate IQ on this council and city staffers. I'd also like to request that we stop using San Antonio businesses for Corpus business. There's too much corruption that has occurred in the past with San Antonio and employees coming from there. We need to stay on top of the correct city council meetings being put on the website instead of marketing videos. And speaking of Mount Everest, if you all are using social media for promoting city business, you cannot block constituents. Please don't block the people you represent. That's a violation of our First Amendment rights, Mr. Pusley. I'm also demanding that any desalination plant placement considerations be required and brought to the owners of the water for a vote. If you guys want to be truly transparent, this must be done. And in case there's any confusion here, the water, our bays, they are not owned by the city, they are not owned by the county, and they are not owned by the port. They are owned by the people of this community. It is our water, and we are going to protect it. So we demand a vote for any desalination placement plants that are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. I'm sorry, let's keep the council decorum, please. Steve Klepper.
Steve Klepper, 317 Sunset, District 2. Mayor and Council, City Manager Zanoni, and Miles. A lot of people have a lot of complaints or concerns about water rates, as you know. I'm here with Kimberly, actually. And I think someone just mentioned transparency, and I think that's pretty key issue there. In general, some overall macro sort of questions, are charges fairly assessed? Now, fairly is really easy to define in water rates because it's just a matter of are the bills, the billing for each rate class, basically proportional to the demands they place on the system. It's really quite simple, a little hard to figure out, but the concept is quite simple. That's one key issue. As our rates go up, what's happening to our services? Are our service levels also going up? We don't know. And actually, I don't think you do either. Service levels being defined as how long does it take to respond to a water main break or resolve a water main break or all that sort of stuff. How do our rates compare to other cities? And are we operating efficiently and effectively? Those are the big issues. As we look at our particular bills, everybody looks at their bill and says, well, geez, wastewater is 4 times as much our water charge. Now, I understand it because I've worked for the city 27 years. But I don't know, it's really a little more complicated than that. Why do the OCL customers pay more, or why do the ICL customers pay more than the ICL customers on their water service charge? Well, that's kind of an interesting question. Those are a couple micro sort of questions. So I have 4 specific recommendations to address these questions. One is, I was very pleased to hear the city manager mention that they're going to be looking at adjustments to the water rates. I don't really know what that means, but it's really important that we know. Some 25 years ago or so, I was standing here working for City Manager Bill Hennings, and I was making a presentation on how our water rates, are the charges for each customer class, are proportional to the demands placed on the system. That is cost of service. Bill knew before implementing raw water pass-throughs and other adjustments, we needed to know that. So I ask you to ask the city manager to present the results of that evaluation. And someday do it for wastewater as well. I think it would be a good idea, worth your while, to amend the audit plan and ask the city auditor to look at rates, water utility rates, all of that, of other Texas cities, of the top 10 Texas cities. And also evaluate, add to that after he finishes that, to
Thank you, Mr.
do
Member.
some comparisons of efficiency and effectiveness.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dustin Cronin. Dustin?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Dustin Cronin in District 5. As we enter into the month of Autism Awareness Month, there's been a lot of progress over since August with our law enforcement. We're trying to work to make a difference in people who are on the spectrum's lives and all that. And I couldn't thank Chief Markle and his staff enough for for helping this make a difference in people's lives. And it's my honor to be an advocate for people on the spectrum. And we also been making progress with the county as well. And thank you for helping making this happen. And and I'd like to thank Corpus Christi and Nueces County for helping continue this great journey. And I do feel like we are off to a great start. And thank you all for your service as well.
Thank you, Dustin. Let's see, V. Gutierrez. Okay, V like Victor Gutierrez. Okay, no one here by that name. Armand Alex. And then John Weber after that.
Good afternoon, Council. Sorry about that. I was looking at the time. Good afternoon. It's nice to see y'all. I wanted to come up and say thank you. On April 9th, last Thursday, for folks that don't know, City Council was able to go into a city retreat, and you all talked about a bunch of things during that meeting, some great bonding. Thank you all for sharing your stories. I think as community members, we better understand why you decided to serve, and thank you for your service as well. I wanted to really quickly go over the mission statement that is provided on the city website on Mount Everest. Our mission is to make CC one of the most livable communities in America, to create a vibrant, progressive, clean city that rejoices in its diversity, to keep our citizens safe, secure, and provide an abundance of economic development opportunities while paying close attention to our unique environment. I mentioned that specifically because last week, you all were able to be introduced to a budget item, number 13, regarding environmental sustainability staffing. I think that this fits well into the mission of this council, as well as our city. It was the mission for city council and the mayor. We have been working really closely with organizations in our community for something like this for years. Even more recently, because of an oil spill, we've had more conversations with city staff. So thank you to our city staff leadership for something like this. We have reviewed countless documents, plenty of research, peer-reviewed scientific-based research, statistics from cities all throughout the state of Texas and the US that are having environmental staffing to some degree, focusing on sustainability efforts that can do fiscal responsibility because they are looking at how the city can run better, as well as things like pollution, air quality, water quality, land quality, to greener spaces and public transportation. So thank you for enlightening those conversations last week. The majority of council had good things to say. There was a few folks that did not. There was a big B word that was used during the council retreat. Not that word, but bureaucracy. And if we'd like to talk about bureaucracy, let's look at the state, because right now we have legislation in place that is going to take away power from local control. That is not what we are trying to do here, folks. What we are trying to do here is fit the mission of the city council and the mayor, and that is to make this quality of life for folks in Corpus Christi better, to breathe clean air, to drink clean water. Things are happening with scientists in our area, with coalitions and amazing nonprofits. Let us as a city council, as our residents work together to put something together that benefits everyone in our city. Everyone wants to go to beaches which are clean. Everyone wants to swim in water which is clean, drink clean water, breathe clean air. These are things that we can work together. Thank you for the leadership. We look forward to working with you all continuously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. The mission of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, is to deliver municipal services which meet the vital health, safety, and general welfare needs of the residents and which sustain and improve their quality of life. Y'all are intelligent people. I've been trying to figure out why the city continues to go down the path of desalination without serious effort to research other options. I think I may have figured it out while reading a best-selling author's book called Homo Deus. He was referring to a flaw in human thinking that sometimes happens with certain groups of people. I will read you a paragraph from the book for your enlightenment. The same logic is at work in the economic sphere too. In 1999, the government of Scotland decided to erect a new parliament building. According to the original plan, the construction was expected to take 2 years and cost $40 million. In fact, it took 5 years and cost $400 million. Every time the contractors encountered unforeseen difficulties and expenses, they went to the Scottish government and asked for more time and money. Every time this happened, the government said to itself, well, we've already sunk tens of millions into this, and will be completely discredited if we stop now and end up with a partially built skeleton. Let's authorize another $40 million. Several months later, the same thing happened again, by which time the pressure to avoid ending up with the unfinished building was even greater. A few months after that, the story repeated itself, and so on, until the actual cost was 10 times the original estimate. Not only governments fall into this trap, business corporations often sink millions into failed enterprises. Is this what's happening here, or is it something else? Maybe take time to think about it and reflect on what I read. And I also find it interesting the pastor today was praying to give you all wisdom. I hope I could share a little bit with you today. And as always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Matthew Rankin, and then we'll move on to our WebEx. We have 2 WebEx public comment.
All right, council. Didn't expect to have to do this today. Y'all got a problem. Texas Penal Code doesn't allow you to ban weapons in this building whatsoever. Texas Open Meetings Act, Public Meetings Act, allows you to ban firearms with the signs posted only in the chamber of a public meeting, and that's it. And only firearms, no other weapon. That's why I'm right here with a couple of knives right now. Took me 45 minutes to get through the front door with your security guards and several officers threatening me with detention and arrest before they, hopefully, I guess, talked to the city attorney and found out that you were violating Texas state law. It's pretty disappointing. I think you're the only city hall in the entire state that thinks they can actually ban weapons in the building. The ones that have tried it before at least had the excuse of having a municipal court or something in the same building. And the way the rulings on that came down was only the court section is allowed to ban weapons. I can go down into the county courthouse right now and walk into the admin wing with a rifle if I want to. Just can't go into the courthouse side. I have open carried a handgun down there, no problem. That's why their metal detectors are set up for the courthouse entrance and not the main entrance. I have no idea why you guys have a metal detector set up at your main entrance. He's gonna have to tell you what you guys need to change. If your officers try to stop somebody, Class A misdemeanor, official oppression. If your security guards try to stop somebody from bringing a weapon in, they've committed a felony, several felonies. If they do that in the presence of your officers are legally obligated to arrest your security guards. They told me, y'all have a contract telling the security guards they're not allowed to bring weapons in here. Nobody's allowed to bring in weapons. Whoever signed that contract or wrote that policy violated Texas law. I'm gonna go do a public records request for it right now. You got 2 days. I'm coming back open carrying a handgun. If you try to stop me, you're gonna have to arrest me, and you're gonna get a lawsuit, you're gonna get criminal charges. If you guys escalate, I'll call Open Carry Texas down here, and we'll have a couple hundred guys open carrying in City Hall. If you try to be sneaky and just try to make sure that anybody bringing a pocket knife in that you don't think you're one of us, you'll tell them, hey, you're not allowed to have a pocket knife in here. I'm gonna send people in here with pocket knives. And if your security guards try to tell them they have to take it back to the car, you're getting a lawsuit. So, fix it. Texas Penal Code is clear. I wasn't expecting to have to do this, so I didn't print it out to bring it with me like I have at other city halls where we knew that was gonna be a problem. Get it fixed, there won't be a problem. Don't get it fixed, it's gonna get costly. And we got a lot of support on this, and there's only one city U left thinking they can do this.
Mr. Rankin, could you please state your
Oh, sorry,
address?
yeah, I live down in Nile Valley, 1014 Luxor.
1014, I'm sorry?
Luxor.
Luxor,
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Huerta.
We have Sierra Bernard online, is my understanding. Ms. Bernard?
Yeah, hi.
Okay, you ready to proceed with your public comment, please?
Okay, so I'm Sierra Bernard. I'm of North Padre Island, Sea Pines District 4. I'm running for the Corpus Christi Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. You have many qualified applicants, but thanks for any consideration. You may have seen me before. Last year I was requesting an eco-friendly splash pad and discovered the $10 million TRIS2 fund for the Commodore Park Aquatic Center. I hope I can work with you guys further on this project. But however, today I'm here as a citizen. I started an initiative called Docs for Dogs. This happened over spring break. There was a pet that drowned in the canal. and we discovered that there are no safety egresses in the canal. So we raised $5,000 from our local community to make and produce these dog ramps that are industrial grade and can save lives. I've had hundreds of people reach out to me telling me that their pets drown, that they tried to save a dog and almost drowned. So we've worked really hard on this initiative, and the goal is to have some type of uniform code change, particularly Chapter 10. A uniform code change would apply to any future developments that are making artificial lakes or canals, that they would be required in Chapter 10 of the code to have egresses so that there is a safe exit from these canals. At this point, it poses a threat to human safety, children's safety, people with dementia, pets, and wildlife. I would like to show you briefly, real quick, since I'm here, the canal ramp that I've made. This is it. It's industrial mesh netting, PVC pipe, zip ties, and would attach to a dock. Something like this could save lives of animals, and I just would really like you guys to consider having some type of code enforcement. We knew we weren't going to get help from the city. I love you guys, but we knew it was going to be a long, arduous process. So we depended on the community and people that volunteered to have these installed on their canals. There's over 100 canals here on Padre Island, and it's a maze of death. So I hope you guys take this initiative seriously. I would love to collaborate with you on any ideas or thoughts with developers that want to adhere to this code change. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Next is Adam Rios. Mr. Rios? Okay, I don't think he's online. So, Mayor, the next person on the list is Susan Williams, correct? Who is here in person.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And she's our last.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
She is in person, though. There she is.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Susan Williams. I live at 3529 County Road 36 in Robstown, Texas. I live on a 50-acre farm with my daughter, who's a single parent. I'm a widow. Last week, we had two gentlemen climb over our fence on our farm. They were intoxicated. They had alcohol. I wasn't there. My daughter dialed 911. And then she called me. I was there in like 12 minutes. Still no police department. I didn't understand why the Robstown Police Department didn't show up on our farm. As we started calling around, I realized, or was educated, that because I live on a county road, that it's going to be the Sheriff's Department of Corpus Christi or the Corpus Christi Police Department that's going to come to our aid. Even though the Robstown Police Department is 3 to 5 minutes from my farm, we are having to rely on the Corpus Christi Police Department to drive 15, 20, 35 minutes, 45 minutes to aid us. That was a quick 3 minutes. Seriously?
It's 1 minute for
It's 1 minute.
non-residents. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was also told that I'm an actual Corpus Christi citizen because I'm on County Road 36. Not a Robstown citizen, or the police from Robstown would have showed up. Anyway, my concern is, if we are in imminent danger, shouldn't the Robstown or closest police department come to our aid instead of Corpus Christi Police Department? I don't know what the answer is, but
Yeah.
we need some help.
Sure. Mr. Zanoni, or Chief Markle, could somebody visit?
Right, our police chief's there at the front row, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our, yes, sir. Mr. Presley.
Yeah, Mayor, Peter, the very first lady who spoke, and I'm sorry, is she still here?
McIntosh.
Is it McIntosh?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, Kimberly. She had some excellent points, and some of the things that she brought up, I've had some concerns about and questions about for a long time as well. Could you get back to this council with respect to the issues she brought up, and so we can have a better understanding of what's going on? I think it's very pertinent. Thank you.
Right. And actually, Peter, there were a couple, 2 or 3, I think, dealing with water. I think 3 people, right, that commented on UBO. So maybe we can address.
Okay, yeah, we can, no problem. We'll bring some information to the council
Okay.
on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and if I may add, since we're doing that, you know, it might be the meter system as well, not necessarily UBO. Because, you know, we had that situation also, I know, where we've had to replace some gas meters. I mean, if those are with regard to water, we had to replace some gas meters, and we have challenges with the true up. So just once again, as always, my 2 cents.
Right, yeah, thank you. We're gonna, obviously, they talked to UBO, so we'll get the facts.
Okay.
Make sure we get the facts straightened out and bring some information to the council.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes,
So
sir.
did you finish, or are we going back to?
No, that concluded the city manager's report with
You
Michael
did
Dice.
conclude?
Yes.
Right,
Mhm.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. So that'll take us to section G, which is our board and committee appointments. Rebecca?
Excuse me. All right, Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration is the Airport Board. There are 4 vacancies, and the following members are seeking reappointment: Donald Pfefferman and Randall Hicks, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
Move to reappoint.
Second. I would like to offer I don't know how to do this exactly, but substitution for Mr. Pfefferman. I'm okay with reappointment of everybody, of the Mr. Hicks. Or we can just vote. I don't care, but I'm
We have a motion and a second on the floor right now, so.
okay.
Still offer an amendment.
Do you want to just vote on that?
So we have a motion and a second for 2
Correct.
of the vacancies.
Mayor, point
But
of
the
order.
4
Point of order. Just for parliamentary requests, I mean, if he's asking for an amendment to that motion, that should be allowed, correct?
If he wants to make an amendment.
Yeah, I would like to offer an amendment to the main motion, please, and that would be to nominate Chris Pena in substitute of Donald Pfefferman.
Well, could we do, can we just reappoint Mr. Hicks? Go ahead and take care of that, and then we can open nominations and include.
my motion.
That would be up to them.
Okay.
I remove my motion.
So, okay, so we're going to make a motion to just reappoint
Mr. Hicks.
So
Move to
let's do,
reappoint
we
Mr.
have
Hicks.
we have a motion?
I just want to clarify, there's 4 appointments.
Yeah, there is. There's 4 positions.
Yeah, but those are the only 2 reappointments, right?
There's
Yeah,
2
we
reappoint-
take it.
Okay, I just want
So
to make
that's
sure we're
what
on the
he-
same page, that's
Yeah.
all.
We have a motion. Do we have a second to reappoint Mr. Hicks?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so now we do have our open positions, and we can accept nominations there. If someone wishes to nominate Mr. Pfefferman, that's allowed.
Yes, I make a motion to nominate Mr. Pfefferman.
Well, we're just.
Well, it's not a motion, but you're nominating.
Yes, just
So,
making a nomination.
Councilman Pusley, you have
Yes, I would like to nominate Chris Pena, please.
Chris Pena, okay. Councilman Klein, did you have a question or comment?
I was just going to nominate 2 other names as well.
Yes, go right ahead.
Taylor and Smiling.
Taylor,
Taylor and Smiling.
2?
2.
Okay, so we have Norma Taylor and Smiley, okay. Ms. Campos, did you have?
I nominate Donald Pfefferman.
Okay, Councilman Roy?
I nominate Ray Sines.
We've got quite the list, okay. Ms. Campos, could you please turn your light off?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close nominations. And can we put them up on the screen? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we are filling how many, Ms. Huerta?
3 slots.
3 slots.
So we would need, just vote for 3. Where would
Okay.
you like to start, Mayor?
We could start on my right.
Okay.
So
Ms.
we're
Campos?
nominating 3 names.
Yes, ma'am, for the 3 slots.
I vote for Pfefferman.
Okay. Wait, is one of the slots the advisory non-voting? No. Okay, separate. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, so Pfefferman and who else?
Do I need to?
There's 3 vacancies. So if you'd like to nominate an additional 2.
Or vote.
Science? Dr. Ray Science?
Okay.
One more.
That's all? Okay. Mr. Hernandez?
Benya and signs.
Mr. Pesley?
Pena and Taylor.
Mr. Hunter? Okay. Mayor Waharda?
Benya, Taylor, and signs.
Okay.
Signs, Benya, and Taylor.
All right, Mr. Roy?
Signs, Pfefferman, and Pena.
Mr. Klein?
Pfefferman, Taylor, and Smiling.
That's okay.
Mr. Suckley?
Pfefferman, Taylor, Smiley.
Okay, so we have a runoff between Pfefferman and Taylor.
Who is Taylor?
So where should we start on there? Would you like me to start with Mr. Suckley, Mayor?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, Mr. Suckley?
Pfefferman.
Vote for one, yes.
Taylor.
Okay.
Pfefferman.
Taylor.
Taylor.
Pfefferman.
Taylor.
Guess I'm the deciding one here.
Should have voted for Taylor. Second as the same as my middle name.
Okay, where are we?
Taylor.
Okay, Taylor.
Pfefferman.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor is appointed. And then there's one more request to appoint an advisory non-voting member to the committee for a one-year term. This committee, the practice has been to appoint an outgoing member as an advisory non-voting. They are requesting, and staff agrees with this recommendation, to appoint Mr. John Riley. He has termed out, but the committee has a desire to allow him to have him
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Next, we have the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. So the next board, so there's 11 vacancies, with at least 4 being elected officials, 4 of the members. So historically, city staff fills the remaining 7 positions, 4 elected and 7 remaining positions are city staff. City Manager Zanoni is recommending the following: the reappointments of Peter Collins, Neiman Young, Esteban Ramos, Michael Rodriguez, Sony Paranel, and Gabriel Hinojosa, and the new appointment of Wendy Herman.
Okay.
So,
So is there?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
So now we have the 4 elected officials to appoint. Currently serving are council members Hunter,
yeah, see,
Hernandez,
we've already
and
done
Barrera.
this, Rebecca.
Sir?
We've already done this.
No, sir. We just did the staff
No,
ones.
we did this 4 or 5 months ago,
I
or a
don't
few
think
months
so.
ago. Yeah, we had. I know. We had already voted. We've already voted on this. But motion to approve. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
We
do we
need
have a
one more
second?
Motion to reappoint, sorry.
Reappoint. Okay, do we have a second?
Maybe I've been here too long and I've just done this too many times. I don't know.
The new,
It's probably what it is.
Rebecca, you were
We just need
reading
one.
those out.
Motion to reappoint, and then we can appoint the new one right afterwards, right?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
So, is that okay?
Yes.
Mayor? Sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion and second to reappoint Hunter, Hernandez, and Barrera,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so did we vote on that?
No. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
So we need a nomination to replace Ben Molina.
Would it turn complaint?
Go to meetings on Fridays with no chairs.
The last Friday.
The last Friday of the month. So this can, well,
Just FYI, particularly for our new members, a lot of this is disbursement of HUD and GLO monies that go to the Council of Governments, and so I guess, I don't know, Dan, that might be something that you might be interested in, particularly because of the beach, or, something to do with General Land Office, or waters, I guess. And yours is the district's the most expansive, but just to,
so could that be? Yeah, okay.
Our third.
Your Friday nights, the last Friday of the month is taken. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you. So next we have the Island Strategic Action Committee. There are 2 vacancies, and they represent the preferred but not required category of at large.
I'd like to nominate Jones and Palmer.
Jones and Palmer.
And we have,
This for the Island
2.
Strategic Action Committee.
okay. And they're not in any, they're at large, right, Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
any of the individuals
Mr. Klein.
would count.
I'd also like to appoint or nominate Lori Rashid.
Rashid, okay.
Rashid, okay.
Okay, any more nominations? I'll close nominations, and let's go ahead and start on my right.
Okay. Ms. Campos, please vote for 2.
Rashid and Palmer?
Ms.
Palmer.
Hernandez, Palmer. Mr. Pesley?
Jones and Palmer.
Jones, Palmer.
Jones, Palmer.
Jones and Palmer.
Palmer and Jones.
Palmer and Rashid.
I'd like to say we had a lot of great candidates, and I appreciate everybody coming forward to serve, but Jones and Palmer.
Very good. Jones and Palmer are appointed. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, not last but not least, we have 2 more. The Reinvestment Zone number 2, that's our next board. There are 2 vacancies on this board. So per the ordinance, the city council seeks recommendation from Nueces County on the appointments for 3 members. At this time, we do have 2 vacancies, and Nueces County is recommending the appointments of County Commissioners Joe A. Gonzalez and John Mattis.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
I skipped Landmark. I'm sorry. We have a lot of boards today. Can we go back to the Landmark Commission? My apologies. There's 1 vacancy on the Landmark Commission. So that is also an at-large category.
I'd like to nominate Gordon Landry.
Sir, Gordon Landreth?
Second.
Okay. Okay, we don't need seconds on
Oh,
nominations,
sorry.
but thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
I'd like to nominate McLaughlin.
Okay. Any other nominations, gentlemen, ladies? Okay, we'll close nominations.
Okay, so we've got 2 nominations for 1 slot. So we do need to vote for that. You want to start with Mr. Suckley this time? All right, Mr. Suckley?
Landreth.
McLaughlin.
McLaughlin.
Landreth.
McLaughlin.
Landry.
Landry.
Landreth.
Landreth.
All right, thank you very much. So going back to the last one, which is the Senior Corps Advisory Committee, there are 2 vacancies.
Parks and Rec?
Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry, guys. My papers are out of order.
Mm-hmm.
We had 18.
Here it is. Parks and Recreation. There's one vacancy.
Nominate Adam Rios.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other nominations?
I nominate Jerry Flemons.
I'd like to nominate Joey Jewell.
Okay, any other nominations? I'll close nominations, and we will start to my left. Mr. Suckley.
Jewell, please.
Rios.
No, he said Rios. Yeah, it's okay.
Jewel. Jewel.
Rios.
Rios.
Flemons.
Adam Rios.
So we have a runoff.
Okay, there's a runoff.
Well, you're the man. You're the man.
Okay, let's start over here. Rebecca, to the right, to my right.
Ms. Campos.
Mr. Rios.
I pass.
Oh, my goodness.
Can't wait.
Jewel.
Rios.
Jewel.
Rios.
Rios.
Jewell.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Rios.
Thank you.
I was gonna wait till it came back.
Okay, so I think I can finally go to the Senior Advisory Corps. For some reason, I want to go to that one. There are 2 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 1 SCP volunteer and 1 RSVP volunteer station. There is 1 person seeking reappointment, and that is Gary Berger.
Move to reappoint.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and last is the SCP volunteer. I will tell you, there's only one qualified applicant. It is Kathleen Jocelyn.
Okay. So do we have a motion to,
Appoint, yes, I move.
okay, Mr. Presley and
Ms.
Ms.
Campos.
Campos? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Yes, thank you. So that takes us to section I, our consent agenda, items 5 through 17. Would anyone like to pull any item 5 through 17 for individual consideration? Okay, there being nothing requested, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And we will now skip section J, which is lunch, for just, for just a moment. It's 1 o'clock. We're almost there. Okay, section K is our legislative agenda. Legislative update. Ms. Herman.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is very nice to be here with just probably my last time to see you in person for the next 6 or 7 weeks, because things are getting a little crazy over in Austin. But hey, it's a good time. We started off pretty slow this year. It seemed like it took a while to get everything started, but now that they're moving, it's moving really rapidly. They're doing hearings 4 days a week. Soon it'll be 5, 6. 24/7, whatever needs to be done. We are getting notifications of they have to give us 72 hours. So if I call you and it feels like it's short notice, it's because I just got notice and I need you guys to either come to Austin or offer me some testimony. I put on there that there's a strong anti-city sentiment, and I immediately got a note from Councilman Suckley going, what'd you do to make everybody mad at Corpus Christi? He didn't say that, but I just wanted to let you know that was not Corpus Christi specific. There just seems to be a lot of anti-city sentiment. You guys' pocketbooks seem to be the answer to all the problems up there in Austin, so I just wanted to make sure you guys knew it wasn't specifically us. All right, I think I have a little PowerPoint. I sent it all out to you guys yesterday, and I just wanted to go over some of the bills that we are watching right now. And let's start. Do I have my? It's okay. It's okay. But the first thing I wanted to do, though, while we're pulling that up, there it is I wanted to apologize to you guys. I've been trying to be really good about sending you out Friday reports. I did not this time. So what I did is I made copies of the TML legislative report. And Rebecca? I know you guys get this in your mailbox, but I also know you all get a lot of things in your mailbox, so I just wanted to make sure you guys saw this update. They do a really great job of doing that, and there's a bill that is in there that was not on my report yesterday that I wanted to touch base on, and we'll do that there at the end. But I'm going to go over a lot of the stuff that's in that report. I just wanted you guys to have it for nighttime reading in case you can't go to sleep tonight. Oh, one more. Miles, I'm going to take yours one. Sorry, I thought I made 11 copies. My bad. All right, the bills that we're watching this week that are coming up for hearing, the first one is the port bill, which is 2605 and 2606. These are ones that we've been watching since they came out. I have been in a lot of discussions with a lot of folks over at the port. I think today I've spoken to every single human being at the port of Corpus Christi, and all of their lobbyists and all of the legislators and everything else. This bill was originally put out by the Texas State Association, the Texas Port Association, but it was for the Port of Houston. And so when the Senate bill came up a couple of weeks ago, we had the opportunity to talk to them about it. The portion of the bill that we were particularly concerned with was the expansion of their economic development. We kind of have the feeling that ports should do port things and that cities and counties should do their economic development thing. And so we have been, while this is not bracketed to the city of Houston, that is specifically for them. It's inside their maritime activities. So I just got a text right before I came down here to council that portion is probably going to be struck from the bill. They're working with Chairman Canales right now on making sure that it gets taken out. It conflicts with some other language and some other bills. So the part that we were concerned about is going to be struck from the bill. The economic development part is going to be struck from the bill. So I think that's a win for us. And then this week there's also, it's windstorm week. There's a lot of bills that are in the insurance department that are being heard this week. So there's several of them that are being offered by Chairman Lozano. One of them sets the time limits that appraisers have after a storm in order to get their appraisals done. Another one is how they replace their insurance members on the TWIA board. So we are going to be in support of those bills. There's also Chairman Hunter offered this week an economic development bill that is really awesome and will be great for this area. We offered support on that on Monday. The beach bills that we have out there right now, there's beach vegetation bills, which is SB 2550. I know this has been a priority for you, Mayor, and everybody that deals with the beach. These bills have not gone anywhere. Originally, there was a Senate Bill 454, I think it is, that we all got concerned about because it had potential to be able to shut down beaches to traffic. And that bill got set aside. It's still out there because you can't actually strike a bill. It just doesn't go anywhere. And this bill was offered by the same senator. Although this has been referred to committee, it has not gone anywhere yet. Neither bill, the House or the matching Senate bill, has gone anywhere. So they've been assigned. Now, I don't want to say that they're not going to go anywhere because anything can happen when the Texas legislature is in session. But the longer we go along in this process, the less chance that there has that anything's going to happen to those. And then we have the military bills. SB1, the budget bill, both the House and the Senate have passed their budget bill. They do not match very much at all, so they're going to have to hammer that out between the two of them. But in the Senate bill, when Councilman Barrera and the mayor and Councilman Hunter and Councilor Hernandez were up in Austin back in February, we spoke with Senator Hinojosa and his office about boosting the DEAG. That's one of one of the priorities for the city is boosting the grant money that is offered to military installations. And we had asked for $50 million because, hey, there's a surplus. You might as well get some of that too. And the bad news is we have not gotten the $50 million increase, or the increase to $50 million. The good news is they haven't cut any of the $30 million that was in last budget. So when I spoke with Senator Hinojosa's office, as the process goes through, we still hope that we can add a little bit more to that. And so that's still a legislative priority for us, and they know that it's a priority for us, and it's a priority for him. Senator Hinojosa does great stuff with the military, so that's good. Also, there is one bill, as I mentioned, there's an anti-city sentiment in Austin. There are 270 property tax bills that we are watching, and of those bills, there is one that actually pays the city back whenever it cuts the property tax bills, and it's HB 1613. It creates a state fund for the cities that will pay cities that are financially impacted for offering 100% disabled veterans a tax exemption. So that's a bill that we fully support. We have been asked by our military task force, all the cities, TML, everybody's supporting this bill because it is the only bill right now in the legislature that is offering cities a financial payback for offering these tax incentives. There's also a couple of annexation bills that we are opposed to. Miles tells me we're opposed to every annexation bill, so I trust Miles on that. The automatic disannexation of areas not received that have not received complete municipal services. This would automatically de-annex any area that we had annexed that doesn't get 100% full municipal services by the end of this year. That could be bad, so we're fighting that one. A TML also is on top of these. They're offering their expert testimony as well. And then there is a bill this week that's going to be heard that will change how municipal utility districts, MUDs, are set up, and eliminates the ability for the city to prohibit a MUD. So the other bill that's not on my sheet that I wanted to talk to you about, that's talked about in that TML update that I just handed you, was HB 2127. That's a bill that I alerted you guys to several months ago. I know that Councilwoman Campos has been all over that. In March, when it was first heard, the mayor wrote a letter stating our opposition to this bill. TML has been all over this bill, and they've made a dramatic change to this bill. Now, it's still not a bill that I can embrace and love. I think that I spoke to the mayor earlier about perhaps doing a follow-up letter and maybe even having some of you guys maybe come and offer testimony because what what the bill does, it seeks to prevent the cities and counties from adopting enforcement or enforcing local ordinances if it conflicts with state. The genesis of this was, I don't know if you guys. Sir, this wasn't on my PowerPoint. This came in, and I thought you guys should be updated to this, but I had already turned my PowerPoint in on Friday. It's on your TML. Yeah, it's on that sheet right there.
Which one are you talking about?
It's on the cover page right there. It says House Committee approves modified city preemption bill.
Yeah.
That's the one that guy came and gave public comment.
I'm sorry, I just got behind here. I was trying.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Like I said, my PowerPoint had to be turned in. This came in, and I felt like it was important to update y'all on. So that's why I printed it for you. I'm sorry. Anyway, so there's still a lot of questions about this bill. It's still, I feel like it's better, but it still, I think, usurps city authority and kind of will rob you guys of the home rule authority. And so TML is still working on this. This is something we're still doing, and we will see where it goes from there. All right?
Okay.
All right, let's see. Last but not least is upcoming events. Tomorrow is Port Aransas Day at the Capitol. I think that's the last local day that we'll be having at the Capitol there. The last day of session is May the 29th. A special session is probably likely. The Lieutenant Governor put out a very ambitious 31-point plan of attack this year, and he has gone public saying that he is going to hold the budget hostage until he gets his priorities. So there's a pretty good chance that we're going to go into special session. So I may never see y'all again.
Wendy.
Okay, I stand ready for any questions.
Okay, thank you.
If you guys have any.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Wendy, thank you, Mayor. Going back to House Bill 2606, there was more than just the one thing on the economic development. I noticed they had made some text amendments to the portion on Section 3 where it talks about elevating it from purchases and contracts from 50,000 to 100,000. But then it looked like the amendment made it to where the local authority made that decision, not at the state level. Is that correct?
That's correct, the local authority. So the local commission here would decide if the CEO in charge of the port there would be able to do that. So it gives them the ability to be able to do that, but it's not automatic. The state is not delegating that. The local authority would delegate or give them that authority.
Okay, so the reason I bring that up is because, we have the limitation of the 50,000 here, but I'm not sure if we have the authority to change that to 100,000. Isn't that state required?
Here at the city?
Right,
No, you do not have the authority to be able to do that.
right. Okay, so,
You mean like I'm sorry, like give Peter the
That's
ability to
right.
write a $100,000 check? Peter does not have that.
correct. We have the 50,000, and, there's
Yes.
there's
Yes,
plenty
sir.
of contracts that are $49,900 contracts. You just have to go look at our check registry.
Okay.
So, but, I'm hesitant to, I don't like that section. I'd rather have it strike it so they don't give them authority, because, it should be incumbent upon elected officials to make sure that that money is expended. And we are already talking about the expenditures concerns about the expenditures the port are making. So I don't know, they're still taking testimony on this bill?
Yes, sir. The testimony will actually be tomorrow on that. It's a balance that we were trying to strike with what we could live with and what we couldn't. I kind of felt like that was their authority. You have authority over the people that would vote for that, and because you appoint them, and so therefore you have local authority over that. And this is a broad bill. It's for all ports in Texas. This is not a bill that is specific to the Port of Corpus Christi. So.
I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that authority doesn't expand beyond what we're looking at with this particular legislation around the port. But that's the concern there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Councilman Presley.
Wendy, if you go back to the one where you talk about the tax deduction for widows of service members.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you, because, there was some discussion in open session this morning about that. And I thought the state of Texas already had in place
There are some tax
deductions
abatements.
for, and I hate to say widows, because you can also have a widower. Widows and widowers, I guess, is the proper term for service members who have passed away. I know we were giving those deductions several years ago. And everybody's looking at me like I landed from outer space. So
What are you?
I'm not looking at you that way, Councilman.
okay, I appreciate that, Wendy. That exists now. What's going to change? We have some sort of deduction that exists now, and I can't remember what it was.
And to be honest with you-
maybe somebody here on staff would remember that.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know which of these are local and which are state mandated, because you can have some of each. This particular bill, the 1613 bill that we're talking about, and I'll be honest, there's 270 of them, so I'm not sure. There are bills, everything from 100%. Like if you live to be
I guess this sets up the reimbursement for the cities and counties who are providing this. It says only cities, but I would assume
Yes.
counties would be included.
Yes, sir. And what it is, actually, no, I think this is bracketed 2 municipalities. I believe this is bracketed 2 cities.
And not counties.
And
Interesting.
so that it sets up a fund so that when we give a 100% disabled veteran, which this law also sets up, if you're a 100% disabled veteran, you will receive tax abatement. You will not pay local property taxes. This sets up a reimbursement to the city for our lost revenue that.
But I think that tax abatement already exists, so I'll put it another way. Peter, would you find out what it is and report back to the council? Thank you.
Yes, I will, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Klein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a quick question about this House Bill 2127. This is maybe
Yes, sir.
fast-moving, late information. You said it's been voted out of committee. Has it been assigned to the Calendars Committee for a vote or not?
Let me find my notes on that. Yes, it was voted out of the House State Affairs Committee on April the 3rd, and it will likely be considered on the House floor in the next couple of weeks. So the Senate companion bill has been considered, but it is still in committee. So that's where we're at on that, and they are still asking us to continue to reach out to our lawmakers on that. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, who's the chair of calendars?
Of calendars?
Well, isn't that where 21
It's not Chairman Hunter anymore, unfortunately. But I'm not sure who the chair of it is. Yes, sir?
I'm sorry, the chair of the Senate side that's considering this companion bill.
I don't know, but I'll find out. I got the Google.
Okay, so that's all the questions. Wendy, thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. You're doing a great job, and we really do appreciate it, and we appreciate the briefing.
Well, I will do better to keep you guys well informed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so let's see, that'll take us, we'll break for lunch at 1:30, so that'll give us 10 minutes. We'll go to item number 18, which is case number, which is under public hearings. Case number 0123-02, David and Nicole Gerlach, located in District 4.
Good afternoon. Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director, Development Services. This case before you is zoning case number 0123-02. The applicants are David and Nicole Gerlach, and the subject property is located at 581 Yorktown Boulevard, and it's in District 4. The rezoning request is from the RS6 Single Family 6 District and the RMH Manufactured Home District to the RE Residential Estate District. The subject property is 4.74 acres in size, and it has platted into one lot. It's been platted. There is a single-family home on the property currently. And the purpose of the request is to bring the subject property in compliance with the Military Compatibility Overlay District and to allow continued use as a single-family residence. So it's essentially unifying under one zoning district. The property is zoned both RS6 Single Family District and RMH Manufactured District. Planning and staff recommend approval.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we do have a motion and a second since it's conforming. So we have a motion and a second. We do have public comment.
I will recuse myself from this.
Okay, Councilman Suckley's recusing himself. I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18? Okay, there being no one, we'll come back. Mr. Zanoni.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, wow. And Nina will help me if I get some of this wrong, but I did want to point out to the council that the prior council approved overlay zones around our military installations and provided a 6-month free rezoning process. Was it 6 months, Nina?
Yes, sir.
6 months if landowners wanted to come in and get their property rezoned for free. Nobody participated except for this one?
Except for this one,
This is the
yes.
first one. The 6-month clock is getting close to expire, or when is this?
Yes, that's correct.
When does it end, the 6-month?
Let's see, I believe it was adopted in January, so we're getting close.
Okay, we're getting close to the end. So this is I questioned this one as we were preparing the agenda, just to see is this the first one, were there more? So this is the first one where a rezoning is taking place because of the overlay that City Council approved. And for the new council members, the overlay provided density requirements to protect the military bases, essentially. There was a concern that if too dense development happens near the bases, where they do the flight training, that it would jeopardize our military presence here. So City Council proactively did a rezoning around those 2 or 3 bases, right? 2 or 3?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, 2. So this is 3, right? So this is the first zoning case. There may be others. I just did want to point it out to kind of connect the two issues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And Suckley abstains.
Yes, Councilman Suckley abstains. We will go to item number 19 is under individual consideration items. A motion awarding a construction contract to DLF2 Inc., DBA DLF Texas General Contractors for the construction of a new Bill Witt Aquatic Center.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I've got a PowerPoint I'm going to go through. This is a vicinity map that shows you where the pool is proposed to be located. It's almost across the street from the Police Training Academy, across from the Del Mar College, Oso Creek campus, and Bill Witt Park. And this is a clip from the Bill Witt master plan that illustrates the location. On the left, on the upper right of Bill Witt is the fire station, so you can see this is kind of immediately to the south and west of the fire station. These are the construction scope features. It's got a 10-lane heated short course competition pool, recreation pool with a large water slide and play features. There's a bath and an administration building. The site includes parking for 137 vehicles. There's quite a few shade structures there. There's going to be a food truck connection. It's well lighted, and there's also site landscaping included in the scope. We did a little research in this company. This is somebody that we haven't worked with before. DLF Construction. They have done work for some regional entities, some of the ISDs, also NAVFAC. These are 2 regional projects they've done, Flower Bluff ISD bus barn and a high school gym, junior high gym. So we do feel like they are a responsible contractor who submitted the lowest responsive bid, so we are recommending award to them. A subcontractor with them is Progressive Commercial Aquatics, which is a very prolific company. They're out of Houston, and they do aquatic facilities all over the state. They did the 3 prior splash pads for the city, also upgrades to West Guth Pool, and a little bit later in the agenda, they are also submitted a low bid on the Cole Park splash pad. So we've had a positive working relationship with them in the past, and so we feel comfortable awarding this bid. This is the schedule. It's got a 13-month construction schedule, so if we award this today, we should be ready for swimming next summer. Now I'm going to turn it over to Parks and Recreation, let them finish the briefing.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you, Jeff. Morning, Council, Mayor. I'm Robert Dodd. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director. In our slide above, you'll see the City of Corpus Christi has 6 public pools. Greenwood Pool, which is in District 3, HEB, which is in District 2, Collier, District 2, the Natatorium in District 3, West Guth in District 1, and the Oso Pool in District 4. Bill will be located in District 5 and will be the newest pool addition in the city in over 5 decades. The proposed operation and maintenance budget is for the first year is much greater than the subsequent years because of the initial opening. The table lists budget items from the first year. Significant year budget items include poolside furniture, office furniture, and lifeguard stands.
And just let me, for a second on that, Robert, if you can go back one. We talked about this last week in our budget goal-setting session, Council, if you go back to the prior. So the $408,000 is not part of this item that'll be recommended in the city manager's proposed budget that'll bring to city council in July. But this will be an increase to our budget to appropriately maintain and staff and operate the facility.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, so it's the first year,
Right.
the 408, so we would, it may come down?
It's gonna come down, I think Robert's gonna show us some
Okay.
projected years, yes, sir.
Okay.
The next table has a grand total budget for the first year, calculating startup items, staffing, essential operation, maintenance items and such utilities, technology, pool chemicals, and safety equipment. 881 would be the total first year, and 473 would be second year and moving forward. So the total proposed budget for the first year is approximately $881,000 and also includes the budget for summer programming initiatives, youth and recreation, athletics, and community events. Primary staff for the aquatic center includes lifeguards and instructors, a pool mechanic, and building and grounds custodian, both full-time. Lifeguard staffing will be based on time of year, seasonal. They would be part-time employees. Summer staffing will run between Memorial Day and August, which is 2.5 months for the remainder of the year. Lifeguard staffing will run from August to Memorial Day. The annual probable cost for personnel for the aquatic center is $280,000. The annual probable cost subsequent years for staffing and operation, maintenance, and summer program initiatives is $473,000. On the slide now is our north aerial view. With the slide and the amenities on the recreational side and also the lap pool.
Not to interrupt, somebody just texted me they can't hear you. I know you're tall, but somebody from...
Maybe, yeah, I'll lift that out.
Is that better? Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Next slide is a recreational pool aerial view. And the competition pool, which is the pool west aerial view. There's a south aerial view.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my presentation. You have any questions?
Yes, we do. Councilman Hernandez.
All righty. Long time coming on this. Now, I didn't see the agreement or the contract for this on the, in our agenda packet. Has that been signed, Josh?
So, Mr. Hernandez, the construction contracts are standard construction contract, and you typically don't get those. It's usually bundled up with the technical project specifications and so forth. So what normally happens after you award the contract, we send a notice of award to the contractor, and they send back all the bonds and insurance and the signed contract, and then we process it on our side. And after it's completely executed, then we'll schedule a pre-construction and issue a notice to proceed.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is because one thing that we approved some time back was to ensure that we get whatever preventative maintenance and asset lifecycle management requirements are for this particular facility, that it would be provided to us in a manner that can be uploaded into Maximo. Is that part of this agreement?
I'll need to ask that question.
Okay, so the reason I say this is because if you noticed, I advocate for asset lifecycle management, preventive maintenance, and anytime you have a facility like this, you need to make sure you take care of it and there's something to go to, but you won't be able to do that if it's not programmed into Maximo. So, you know, we need to have, from whatever our contractors are, something that we can upload into Maximo where it is easily brought in to where we don't have to do all the additional work to put it in. So if it's not part of the contract, it should be part of the contract. because we had talked about this at the previous council, that going forward, that should always be the case. And I see Charles coming up.
Good afternoon. Charles Mendoza, Director of Asset Management. So in the past, what we've done when we don't include that in the contract, we do as a project progresses, we start getting the information on the equipment so we could load it into our Maximo. So we could start doing the preventive maintenance as soon as the project gets completed.
Okay. We had talked about this on council, and I think, I want to say, I don't know if we voted on it, I can't recall right off the top of my head on this, but that was kind of a requirement for our contracts going forward, that we have that information that we can upload into Maximo. If that's not happening, we're creating extra work for ourselves if we're not requiring our contractor to do this.
Yes, sir. I understand that. We'll
Okay.
include it in the next future
So
contracts, I guess, that we.
Maybe I should ask the question, maybe the city manager, do you need us as a council to vote on something like that to require that?
Well, hold on. So you're saying, first of all, we need to know if it was done, because you just
Yeah,
said
right, I
in
don't-
the past, right, you're not
Right,
sure
I don't-
if this was already voted on or passed. So first, we need to know that, number one. And number two, I think we need clarity, honestly, on, I think what you're saying each equipment piece would be individually put in?
I'll make the commitment, we'll get that done.
Okay.
I can't say whether it's in there or not, I'd have to pull
Okay.
up the contract documents, but we'll ensure that gets done.
Yeah.
And they're typically turning over all of that documentation, all of the manufacturer warranties and operating instructions, all of that stuff.
I got you. I just wanted it to where it can be uploaded
You want it
instead of,
uploaded into Maximo.
into Maximo in that format, so you don't have to physically do it yourself, right?
Correct.
Right, so that, and I've been a big proponent of preventive maintenance, because we gotta take care, one of the biggest complaints is that we can't have good things or nice things because we don't take care of it, right? So we gotta take care of it.
I'll
So
be sure Coach Dodd has that.
I'll leave it at that. I'll
Okay,
leave it at that,
so that's
right?
that's gonna happen.
Right,
Okay.
so the second question I have is,
Let's stop. I know.
I'm gonna do it. Okay,
We
the
got
second, the other question I have
refuse
here-
to take yes for an answer.
The other question I have is, I appreciate your budget impact information, and if you're gonna do that, I would appreciate that on every kind of item like this we got going forward, that we could have what the budget impact would be.
Absolutely.
That was an
Well,
excellent document. And I appreciate you guys for doing that, and that way we can have visibility before it comes up for a budget.
Right.
Like, for example, the police training academy, that would have
Right.
been great for
Yes,
something
sir.
like that, or,
Yeah.
have that in there. So if you can continue to do that, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
The last thing I have is and maybe, I don't think we could do anything about this now, is that I was a little concerned about how much manning, lifeguard manning you'd have to have for this.
Yes, sir.
With the obstructions, I mean, it's great, you have but it creates obstructions for lifeguards. And, being a former lifeguard, I understand how that works. So maybe if we do any future designs, you make some accommodations for, the guys that are actually working at the pool to make sure people are safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is all the questions I have, and if no one else has any questions.
We do have a lot of
Okay.
questions. Hold on. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them. First, I guess since you're up, Mr. Dodd. So when was the natatorium constructed?
The natatorium was 1995.
Okay, because you said 50 years ago. I remember when I was in high school, I never got the chance to go to the natatorium, and I guess because it wasn't there.
1995, and I guess
Huh?
because we work with CCISD, and it's not a fully operational.
It's not a city
private.
pool, right?
Okay,
The
okay.
city doesn't own it.
Yeah.
Robert's comments were
But
the.
city, but we
yeah.
manage it and the city uses it, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, we have a co-management agreement.
Yeah.
Right. He was just talking about outdoor city-owned
I got you,
pools.
I got
Yes,
you.
sir.
I did go to a Greenwood pool, often. Okay, why isn't it that we're, this proposed startup operation and budget, the 408,000, I mean, that's like FF&E, why is that being included in maintenance? Why would it be included in our operating budget for next year versus included in a capital budget? I mean, because you're looking, round tables, picnic tables, poolside chairs, bleachers, that doesn't sound like maintenance to me. I mean, obviously startup, but IT equipment, office furniture, program supplies.
There'll also be a pool maintenance equipment is all loaded in there early, and for this first year, and ground maintenance equipment.
But once again, that's, yeah, equipment, FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. I mean, I'm just curious, why is it, can anybody answer me that question?
Do you guys know, Jeff, why this is paid for with operating dollars?
Yeah.
I've seen it done both ways. It's just the way we procured this. It wasn't included in the contractor scope.
Okay.
It was not included in the contract, right? Is that what you said?
It's not in part of the construction contract.
It's just, I've got a little bit of heartburn that we're moving this to, number one, it's over budget, which is okay. All right? I'm not gonna force it to be redesigned, but, you know, I mean, it's over budget, what, about $500,000 over the capital budget? And then I hate to sound like Councilman Hernandez, but then we're sliding another 400,000 in under maintenance, and it looks like we're $900,000 over budget.
As a counter argument, I have heard some of the financial people have some heartburn about putting a lot of that stuff into the capital project and then financing it with long-term financing for things that have a life that's less than that. So I would say financial people are probably more comfortable doing it this way.
Okay, and then 20 lifeguards, really?
20 would be for the
Summer,
season, sir.
Summer, yeah.
Right.
That's
And
just.
on any given day, we would have 12 out there.
At the end of the day, oh, so that's.
Well, on any given day, yes, sir, when it's open.
What's in it's open, okay, so 20 lifeguards, period. not
Right, yes,
20
sir.
on a daily basis.
Right.
Okay, and as far as the contractor, I'm glad to hear great information on Progressive with regard to including them as their sub, but I was looking them up online, and it seems that they're based out of California. Progressive is local, they're out of Houston. So DLF 2, are they based out of California? And because they're
San Diego, California is their base, but they have an operation here.
And their operation has somebody's house. I'm just, you know, we're obviously very pro-local, and I know the other option was Houston, which is Brazos or something.
Brizo, yeah, we've
Brizo.
actually got some real concerns with that.
Okay. Well, that helps me a little bit. It's just once again, you know, I mean, we've got a general contractor that seems to be working out of his home, and then so we're actually getting a firm out of California, which is a minority-owned firm, 8A firm, which I advocate for. But I guess that's the thing. So none of that popped. You said that, yeah, you had a few concerns because of the.
We conducted an administrative hearing with them, and they convinced us that they understood the project and they had the sufficient knowledge and experience to pull it off.
Well, I think the subcontractor, and then why, I guess the subcontractor couldn't bond, or why, what?
We've had this issue before where you typically, the people that do the pools don't do the buildings, and the people that do the buildings don't do the pools. So we had a similar situation with Collier Pool. We actually bid that out as a multi-prime contract. We had two separate contracts, and that creates its own set of issues where your contractors have to coordinate, and you get complaints that they're interfering with each other.
Okay, so I'm just going to say for the record that Councilman Hernandez is advocating for us to approve a project that is $900,000 over budget. So, what is it? I'm going to use that for some probable horse trading.
Good point.
I want to remind that Councilman Hernandez, the conservative darling of the Republican Party, wants us to approve an aquatic center in a drought that's over budget $908,000.
On the record.
I'm sure the members of District 5 will thank you.
Definitely.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so are we going to put solar panels in this pool so we can keep the evaporation down? Or, I'm sorry. So, just a little joke, Sylvia. Okay, so real quickly, I too was a little concerned, Jeff, that we didn't find local talent on this, but it is what it is, I guess.
Well, I would say that, of course, we publish these things on CivCast, which is widely available. Anybody can
Yeah.
go on there. We had 20 companies that downloaded those plans indicating interest as general contractors, including a lot of the usual suspects here
Right,
locally.
locally.
There were 8 firms that were republishers that basically repost our bids. So you're getting added visibility on it. And of course, we only received 2 bids.
Wow. Okay. My final statement here is, Peter, with respect to our budget process, I want a complete accounting of all the swimming pools that the city either owns or is in partnership with, how much it's costing us, what we're spending on them, how much water we're using. I want a complete accounting in the budget process of what we're doing with water features, and that includes swimming pools, splash pads, wherever we're utilizing recreational water features. In the budget process, I want a
Yeah.
full accounting.
We'll show you that as part of the budget process.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Councilman Klein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To follow up on Councilman Pusley's comments, I think I asked you guys about this yesterday as well, and I'm kind of late to the game here, asking this kind of at the 11th hour. I think there might be real value in putting in some sort of a shade structure over top of the lap pool, I think in particular, not only to reduce evaporation, but also to reduce the sun exposure to swimmers in the lap pool then as well. I don't know if it's possible to do that retroactively or to retrofit, I should say, afterward as well. I'm just going to throw that out there as well. I want to ask you about this, though, the lifeguards. And Robert, you and I have had a conversation about this before. The salaries for city lifeguards are pretty low.
Yes,
We've had difficulty filling those positions because of that. Would that pertain to this pool as well, or is there a different scale, wage scale, salary scale for those lifeguards out there?
They'll be the same scale as all other pools.
Uh-huh.
And I think this one is going to be obviously a destination pool, and I think people are going to want to work there, so I think we're going
Right.
to be okay hiring lifeguards.
Do you know, and I don't know the answer to this, I think maybe you do. Do the operational hours of our pools generally, the other 6 pools, are they limited sometimes by our lack of lifeguards? That has been a problem at the college, at Del Mar College.
It's been a problem in the past. Last summer, we tried to redo some hours, and we went from 5 to 9 we went from 6 to 9 instead of 5 to 9, and that just kind of, that extra hour with some of our lifeguards made a difference. And so the lifeguards have been, we haven't had any shutdown pools during the winter months for lack of lifeguards.
Yeah, so it's been my understanding that Port Aransas has had far less trouble filling lifeguard positions because they pay their lifeguards better, or a higher salary or wage or whatever, I guess. Is it your estimation that we could solve some of our lifeguard staffing issues by raising those salaries for the city as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Councilman Klein, I'm waiting for the answer, but we looked into this last summer. Did we increase them last summer, the salaries? I know the team.
Yes, sir.
Oh, did we?
Did we,
I
the
was-
question is, did we increase them last summer? Okay, so Councilman, we frequently look at that. It's a basic business operational question. Are we competitive in the market? And so last summer, we increased the lifeguard salaries. We do, unlike maybe Port Aransas, we hire a lot of lifeguards. And but it is a struggle in my 4 years here. It's been a struggle every summer. And just to answer your question more directly, pools are closed sometimes because we don't have lifeguards. Yes, sir. But we did increase the salaries this summer and this past summer. And if we have to do it again, that's something that we have to look at.
Yeah, so to that point, that's very, very concerning, because what I would hate to happen, and in any business you may do this, is pull lifeguards from somewhere else because this is the popular destination, or will be the popular destination pool. So I guess my question is, and you don't have to, maybe it's obviously on some scale, but what are we paying our lifeguards? Okay, so and where should they be? I understand last summer we looked at that, but this is a real critical piece of the success of this pool. And then the last thing we would want is for, obviously, you know, like what happens at times at Collier, because that's the only lap pool that we have.
Right.
So that pool's critical to people, and when we don't have enough staffing, it's a detriment. And so for me, the lifeguards, that's a huge concern. I think we need to know, what are we paying them? Where were we? And where did we put them at, right, in terms of pay? So you said last summer we did. And Peter, you just said that's been an issue. Like, we need to figure out, before this thing happens, how do we not make it an issue? And yeah, that's going to be pay. That's absolutely going to be pay. Because that's what it comes down to. You know, these are young people who, you know, are obviously, you know, looking to, they love it, they love the water, but they also have to make money. And so I think that's going to be a critical piece of this whole, what is the cost of doing business on this $10 million pool? It's not just about, you know, let's do swimming and let's provide this recreational pool. I'm all for that, but the lifeguards are critical. So I think we really need to look at what are we going to pay them? What did we pay them? What did we go up to?
Right.
And how is this going to look? Because we can't really afford for this to not work, and then we're stealing, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to say, hey, bring those lifeguards from Collier or bring them from wherever and put them over here, and then you're going to have all those people, which would be very unfair to them, not have, right, the pool hours. That said, I would also like to know, what is our agreement? You don't have to answer it now. You could send it to us in email. I'm very, very curious, what is our agreement with the natatorium? I know it is with CCISD, but I'd just like to know, what is it at the end of the day?
Okay.
Again, you don't have to do it now, Peter.
No, we'll get your report, because
Yes.
there's a lot of complexities to it.
Exactly,
'cause,
exactly.
yeah,
And all
hours
those
of operation, right.
complexities cause a lot of complaints. And I understand, an agreement's an agreement. It's not ours solely. But I would like to understand what that agreement is.
Okay.
And then the next thing, to Councilman Pusley's point, I would like to see a 5-year cost analysis of what this pool is going to, what is this going to entail in the next 5 years? Because the cost of everything only goes up, right? Excuse me.
Okay.
I mean,
We
look at the
get that,
chemicals,
yeah.
you know, that we're dealing with right now in our wastewater plants. All
Right.
that does is go up because this happened there or that happened here, and it's not available. Well, the cost of this pool is only going to go up. And I understand that's part of, you know, that's part of what we do in delivering quality of life services. But we also, I think it would do us good to know a 5-year cost analysis of this pool existing is going to be what in the next 5 years.
Okay, we'll get you that.
Yeah, and for the budget, you know, you can bring that for the budget, our conversations in
Okay,
budget.
okay, great.
Councilman.
Mayor, can I just
yes.
add, since it's tough, it's
Sure.
relative to the recent conversation, it's, pay is one thing, but work conditions, work environment is another thing that is,
Right.
is something that we have to be mindful of. So a lot of our pool facilities, I know before I even started the job, Councilman Hernandez took me to Greenwood Pool. And after seeing some of the pool facilities where I came from and then seeing that, I'm like, who would work here? You know, because it's dated, it hasn't been maintained well. So having an appropriate clubhouse, so to speak, a place for the lifeguards to get out of the sun, where there's opportunities to eat, bringing in your own food. We have to be mindful of that. So in this pool, we're making sure that this break room that will be in the building, the 5,000 square foot building, some portion of it, it has to be amenable to the teenagers, basically, frankly, that are going to work there. So things
Right.
like having ice machines,
Right.
appropriate places for them to bring their food in, an enjoyable place to get away from outside for a little bit. Those are as critical as the
Yeah.
pay. And we don't have them in our other 5 pools, frankly. So it's something we're looking at for
Good.
the long term.
I
Yes, ma'am.
agree completely.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
agree completely. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I was gonna say something similar, as in, if you're a lifeguard in this city, you're not gonna have trouble finding a lifeguard to come to this pool. This pool looks like Disneyland, okay? They're all gonna flock here. If you are having problems with lifeguards, one of the things we discussed a couple years ago, Peter, when you first came on, and when we did do all the hiring for the beach lifeguards, was an paid internship program with the kinesiology students. I'm not sure what the kinesiology students are like at Del Mar. But I do know that there's a program in Corpus. Maybe y'all could look into that. And I'm sure Dr. Miller, with all the joint causes she's been leading the charge of with the city. She'd love to talk to you all about that. And I sure
Councilman?
hope that Councilman Hernandez will support a basketball court on my side of town, which will be about 1% of the cost of this swimming pool.
Yes, sir. Councilman, just to plug, April 15th, this Saturday, we're having a job fair for Parks and Recreation where we should, and I've gotten some emails from CCISD students that are really anxious to start, and so.
Where was the location of that again?
It's at the Natatorium.
At the Natatorium?
Yes, sir.
I may stop by, I put it on my schedule already, but yeah.
I believe it's 10 to 2, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Peter addressed it. There are other variables, just not the wages that we're paying the lifeguards. And Mr. Dodd and I have had a few conversations about lifeguarding, and it's more specific to beach guards. But some of the things that Port Aransas does that we don't do are, a higher level of training, workout periods that they work out in conjunction with going on shift. And so there's some other things that we can do to elevate the program. And I look forward to continuing those conversations with Mr. Dodd. And I'll also talk to Peter a little bit, the last one-on-one about that.
And Councilman, weren't you a lifeguard? You were?
Yeah.
In high school, or?
Yeah, back in the 80s. You just dated me,
I
Mayor.
remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
But we've had this conversation years ago with Greg. I really would like to request that we look at that training model, the lifeguard training model that Greg Fuller, you want to explain it?
Yeah, so there's an organization called USLA, United States Life Saving Association, that is kind of the industry standard, and we used to be that here a long time ago. We've gotten away from it, but other professional organizations such as Galveston, South Padre, LA County, others use USLA training and certification, and I recommend we do that. But that's a whole nother conversation that Mr. Dodd and I have had, and I think there's some value to us potentially looking at moving our lifeguarding, which is first responders, underneath the fire department, as a lot of entities already have it. So anyways, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah. But Mr. Dodd, would you please look into that? Or Mr. Zanoni, would you please just look into that model?
Right, we will, and just want to add to Councilman Suckley's comments, the beach lifeguards, the Gulf-facing beach lifeguards have no break room. There is no place. They come into work in their vehicle, and there's no place to go anywhere. So that's why in this budget, City Council approved, after we recommended a facility on Zahn Road, it'll be a public bathroom facility, but half of that building will be a lifeguard recreation center to get them out of the sun, the restroom facilities, locker, ice machines.
Right.
So that'll be a first for our city in at least recent decades. So there is nothing like that on the Gulf beaches, but that's in the budget with using shot funds to construct that off Zahn Road.
Okay. Again, that lifeguard model, I remember we went into depth into it, and it's very impressive. So let's look into that. Councilman Pusley.
Councilman Brad, the cost of this project just went up another $1 million while we're hearing this. Along with what, Peter, along with what the mayor just said a while ago, which is great comment about looking at the cost of this over the next 5 years. When we look at this, the other pools that I requested and this would be encompassed in that as well, we should do a 5-year look back at what it's costing us to provide these facilities. Taxpayers deserve a full accounting of what it's costing us to do this.
Yeah, you're saying a 5-year historical
Yes.
trend, Councilman? Okay.
Yes.
And then we'll do a 5-year perspective for this new pool.
For the new one, right.
Okay, no
Right.
problem.
And I would hope Councilman Hernandez is going to make a motion.
I know he is. Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay. So I appreciate all the comments of my council members, especially my good friend, Councilman Barrera, which I would remind him that I did take the city manager to his district and visited the pool at Greenwood and showed him how it needed to be improved. And so it is still, I envision this pool, this format in other parts of the city. We need to have, we're surrounded by water as a community. We need to have the facilities to teach our kids how to swim so we don't have a Jasani Smith again. So we don't have and his name escapes me, from Moody High
Yeah.
School.
Oh.
Right, so there's you know, there's more than this and than just recreation and health and wellness and quality of life. There's also the fact of training. And as a lifeguard, you know, I've actually, you know, come across somebody that died while they were swimming, right? So, and everybody, you probably can ask half the people you know, they probably had a near drowning experience. It's important that we provide those facilities to teach our kids how to swim. And there's nothing more important. I made sure that all my kids know how to swim. And I also recommend for those lifeguards, send me something. I'll email all the swimming coaches I know to get their kids out there to be a lifeguard. So with that, I make a motion to approve this.
And I will second, but we're going to open public comment first. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 19? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So we will now, thank you, Mr. Dodd and Mr. Edmonds. We will now go ahead and we'll break for lunch. We do not have an executive session item. Okay, so we'll be back shortly.
Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem or get information on city services, everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions to everyday problems. Anytime, anywhere, on any device. Get better quality, better service, and better results. Life made easy with 311. Download MyCC 311 app today.
The Junior Olympics is happening April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So last year when we pulled it off in 2022, it was an amazing opportunity to bring it back to Corpus Christi after being gone for 30 years.
Nowadays, to bring Junior Olympics back into Corpus, it's awesome because you don't know, you might be looking at the future world champions.
And now they get to go in there, get that experience to be able to perform in front of thousands of people and then have that memory and that experience for the rest of their life to talk about.
You're going to be seeing kids from 8 all the way to the age of 16, and for them leaving it all in the ring and duking it out. You're preparing for the best, and of course you want to meet the best, and you're going to meet the best in there. It's got to be conditioning from the basics all the way learning your combos.
The excitement that the crowd gives takes a lot of courage to be able to step in the ring and do that, knowing you're going to battle against somebody and it's going to be one winner, and it's all on you, giving it 100%.
And to show that courage and that they have that will, that it can be done, it's a whole different, I mean, that's what you want to experience. And they'll learn something and meaningful, and that's something they're going to take with them for the rest of their life.
This year, we're looking to break records. We want over 500 registered boxers to attend, and we're expecting over 5,000 to 6,000 people in attendance for the 3 days. So it's a big impact for the city, and we love that because of the fact that it's a part of our community that we're here. I would like for you to come out and show your support to all these amateur boxers that have been training hard, get some ringside action. Again, you never know who the next professional boxer that's going to be performing here today that you'll see later in life.
1, 2, 3, yeah!
The City of Corpus Christi has been working hard for the future. To ensure we have a confident supply of clean water, we've secured 4 water sources for our community. But it's up to you to maintain our water supply through effective and efficient use, limiting your outdoor watering, installing modernized plumbing, and making smart landscaping choices. Together, we can keep our water resources secure for our growing city.
Did you know you can submit a request for city services in just a few minutes using your phone? Download the free MyCC 311 app to get started. Quickly report issues such as street maintenance, water or gas issues, garbage pickup, code violations, or animal care services. The MyCC 311 app is easy to use. Upload information and photos, identify the location, hit submit, and you're all done. Life made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. And what if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts. Taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
You can submit a city service request quickly and easily by downloading the MyCC 311 app on your phone. Reporting street problems, tall grass, gas or water issues, or other concerns is simple on the 311 app. Just choose from a list of services, add a photo, answer a few short questions, mark your location, and hit submit. Everything you need in just a few minutes. Life is made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
My name is Drew Molly. I'm the Director of Water Systems and Support Services for Corpus Christi Water. I'm standing here at Choke Canyon. It's one of 4 drinking water sources. It's one of the most important water reservoirs for our city of Corpus Christi. If you look behind me, you'll see these buoys that are laying on the ground. These buoys are typically floating on the water surface, which indicates that the reservoir is significantly lower than where it normally is. As you may be aware, the city of Corpus Christi is in stage 1 water restrictions, and so we're asking everybody to do their part to conserve water. We urge you to save water, and we appreciate your efforts.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the city of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem or get information on city services, everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions to everyday problems. Anytime, anywhere, on any device. Get better quality, better service, and better results. Life made easy with 311. Download MyCC 311 app today.
The Junior Olympics is happening April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So last year when we pulled it off in 2022, it was an amazing opportunity to bring it back to Corpus Christi after being gone for 30 years.
Nowadays, to bring Junior Olympics back into Corpus, it's awesome because you don't know, you might be looking at the future world champions.
And now they get to go in there, get that experience to be able to perform in front of thousands of people and then have that memory and that experience for the rest of their life to talk about.
You're going to be seeing kids from 8 all the way to the age of 16, and for them leaving it all in the ring and duking it out. You're preparing for the best, and of course you want to meet the best, and you're going to meet the best in there. It's got to be conditioning from the basics all the way learning your combos.
The excitement that the crowd gives takes a lot of courage to be able to step in the ring and do that, knowing you're going to battle against somebody and it's going to be one winner, and it's all on you, giving it 100%.
And to show that courage and that they have that will, that it can be done, it's a whole different, that's what you want to experience. And they'll learn something and meaningful, and that's something they're going to take with them for the rest of their life.
This year, we're looking to break records. We want over 500 registered boxers to attend, and we're expecting over 5,000 to 6,000 people in attendance for the 3 days. So it's a big impact for the city, and we love that because of the fact that it's a part of our community that we're here. I would like for you to come out, show your support to all these amateur boxers that have been training hard, get some ringside action. Again, you never know who the next professional boxer that's going to be performing here today that you'll see later in life.
1, 2, 3, yeah!
The city of Corpus Christi has been working hard for the future. To ensure we have a confident supply of clean water, we've secured 4 water sources for our community. But it's up to you to maintain our water supply through effective and efficient use, limiting your outdoor watering, installing modernized plumbing, and making smart landscaping choices. Together, we can keep our water resources secure for our growing city.
Did you know you can submit a request for city services in just a few minutes using your phone? Download the free MyCC 311 app to get started. Quickly report issues such as street maintenance, water or gas issues, garbage pickup, code violations, or animal care services. The MyCC 311 app is easy to use. Upload information and photos, identify the location, hit submit, and you're all done. Life made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. And what if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts. Taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile, 6-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
You can submit a city service request quickly and easily by downloading the MyCC 311 app on your phone. Reporting street problems, tall grass, gas or water issues, or other concerns is simple on the 311 app. Just choose from a list of services, add a photo, answer a few short questions, mark your location, and hit submit. Everything you need in just a few minutes. Life is made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
My name is Drew Molly. I'm the Director of Water Systems and Support Services for Corpus Christi Water. I'm standing here at Choke Canyon. It's one of 4 drinking water sources. It's one of the most important water reservoirs for our city of Corpus Christi. If you look behind me, you'll see these buoys that are laying on the ground. These buoys are typically floating on the water surface, which indicates that the reservoir is significantly lower than where it normally is. As you may be aware, the city of Corpus Christi is in stage 1 water restrictions, and so we're asking everybody to do their part to conserve water. We urge you to save water, and we appreciate your efforts.
Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem or get information on city services, everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Mr. Zanoni, do you have something?
Mayor, yes, ma'am. So we're going to go to 20 next, but just to alert the council, I did yesterday under separate cover, but we are going to pull and not consider it on this agenda. Items number 21 and 22, we'll bring those back. Some more work has to be done on them, and that is
23.
That is also 23 as well. So 21, 22, and 23 we're going to bring back.
Okay.
So they won't be considered. But I did want to point out also Wendy is still here, and she's going to present on number 28.
So we're going to go to 20 right now and do the splash pad, and then we will go to 28 so
Right.
that Wendy can get back on the road.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
very good.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This item is awarding a construction contract for the approved CIP project to build a splash pad at Cole Park. The recommendation is to award the construction contract to Progressive Commercial Aquatics out of Houston. They built 3 of the other splash pads for us, as well as renovations to West Guth Pool a few years back. So this item awards the construction contract in the amount of $707 $216. I wanted to mention, I know there was a statement made during public comment about the water usage on these. This is actually a recycling splash pad. They do make some that are once through. All of ours are recycling. They have sand filters and sodium hypochlorite or calcium hypochlorite disinfection, as well as UV. So you have some wastage from the backwash of the filters and so forth, but it's a small fraction.
Right. Can I just add to that? We, when we built the first splash pad a few years ago, we did comparative analysis on recycled water versus ones where the water just goes into the drain and is disposed of, to check on maintenance costs, cost for water, and so on. We opted, and most parks departments that we looked at in Texas used recycled water systems, so we opted for that, and we've stuck with it. So.
Right. Councilman Roy.
So the one question I was holding over to this one was you've already answered. So, but I can't stress that enough, that everybody knows and understands that this is recyclable water, because I know we get a lot of concerns. My other question on this is, I'm assuming then that all of the splash pads, I just want to go on record for saying that, are also recyclable?
Yes.
So thank you. That's it.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Why are we're going to start construction? It's going to be constructed all during the summer. I mean, the busiest time of year for Cole Park. It just doesn't make a whole lot of, it doesn't register with me. I mean, I would think we'd start it after Labor Day, and the reason being is because, you know, there's going to be a ton of activity in the park, and then we're going to have a construction site there. I guess we didn't plan that, or we didn't consider that, or we just said we want to get it done quickly. I mean,
well, I got to say, it's hard for me to hurry up. We're trying to hurry up on everything.
Yeah,
So this was approved in the CIP last time, then we had to design it and put it out for bid. I think this is the early start. I mean, we could conceivably hold this up with contract and suspend time and wait until a date in the future to actually start physical construction.
I mean, I don't know what the pleasure of the district council member is. I mean, I'm supportive of of it. It's just, you know, once again, we obviously have all kinds of events going on there during that time with regard to the amphitheater. I mean, there's just a ton of activity out there, and at the same time, we're gonna have tourists in from all over. And at the same time, we're gonna have a construction site where we're, you know, constructing you know, this obviously the splash pad, or, you know, it just. I mean, you know, Peter. I mean, if you want to go with it, I just.
Yeah, right. Well, for a couple of reasons. One, we don't costs continue to go up. The costs you may have read in this agenda item have gone up since we first contemplated this. So the longer we wait, the potentially more expensive. But Jeff can speak to the construction footprint. I know I've seen them at other parks, and it's not that significant. And if we put
it's
up
not a real heavy impact to build this.
And the location is in a grassy area that's away from any of the features today. So it's not really well traveled even if the park is packed.
Yeah, the pad itself is 40 feet by 50 feet with a 5-foot band around it, and then there's the kind of the housing where it's going to have the pumps and the chemicals and all of that stuff. But it's not an extensive construction site, I guess.
Right. I think that's the key thing to focus on. We're going to be having to replace the entire playground that was approved in the bond program, 2022 bond program. And so, you know, that's going to be another, that'll be another construction project. So I think the community, as I've seen on several pieces of footage, are real excited about this, and they would be okay with some slight inconvenience. And the duration of the schedule, Jeff, is not that long, right?
Yeah, it starts up right before Memorial Day and ends around Labor Day.
Right. But the splash pads are open they're open more frequent than swimming pools.
Oh, yeah.
So
we're allowed 6
So the sooner
months.
we get it built, the sooner they can use it.
Well, so when is the season for splash pads? Because they're not open year-round.
After Memorial Day?
Okay, so it's there, the splash pads are typically open from Memorial Day to Labor Day? Yes. So we're gonna be constructing this during that time? Yeah, okay.
We also open them during spring break.
Spring break and Labor Day.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, there's another holiday in there that they're open.
Yeah.
Once again, I think it could have been a little bit a little bit better thought out. You know, and then we're looking at, what's the budget on it?
700.
It's, the construction contract is $707,216.
Yeah, so, you know, with regard to the comment on the budget, I mean, with costs are going up, obviously, I mean, we just, I entered a lot of levity into it. It was finding $900,000 to be able to have this nice aquatic center. I just think, you know, perhaps, you know, this is an amenity for the public, and we're gonna inconvenience the public at the busiest time. But, all right.
Councilwoman Campos.
I don't know about y'all, but I've been waiting for this for a long time. And I think, thank you, Councilman Barrera, for their concerns or for your concerns. And I am glad that we did have the comment about the water, the usage, and that it's been clarified several times that we are repurposing the water. So the audience or the community, I hope hears that. But the other thing is this, that I know for a fact that yes, it's inconvenience. It's never the perfect time. But I'm glad that hopefully with the support of my fellow council members that they'll approve this project. Again, it's a long time coming. Cove Park is our premier park. Bless you. And the people, you know, we deserve it. So I'm happy for it. I can't wait to vote on it. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Councilman Pusley.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Campos, if you ask anybody that's been on this council with me for the last 2 years, they will tell you I'm not a big fan of governmental entities owning water features. And I have been extremely consistent about that. So let me ask a question. How many splash pads do we have in the city now? How many do we own?
6 of them, sir, I believe.
How many?
6. I'm sorry, 6.
6? Okay. And are all of them using a filtration process?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Campos, I'm talking to him, please. Okay.
Well, let's, Councilman, let's count to see how many. I don't think it's
Yeah, I
six.
don't think it's 6, Councilman, yeah.
Lindell, Salinas, Bill
Well-
Witt.
I think it's 4, right, Neiman?
4, and this will be the 5th.
This is the 5th one.
This will be the 5th.
Okay.
Right, there's
So
4
we got,
today.
so we got
4
5.
There's 4 today, this will be the 5th one.
Okay. So all of these recycle water,
Yes, sir.
are they chlorinating the water?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when it gets filtered, it gets chlorinated.
Right.
So
It's
we have to.
constantly, it's constant, excuse me to interrupt, sorry, but it's constantly chlorinated, Councilman.
Right.
It has a chlorinator, because kids, you know, you can ingest that, so it has to be, it's regulated, the chlorine levels are checked.
Okay.
Every day.
All right. Well, I know it's always easy to say the water gets recycled, but not 100% of that water is going to get recycled. Some of it's going to run off the pads. People are going to carry part of it off. So there's going to be a water usage associated with every one of these 5 splash pads. And I just think it's absolutely ridiculous for us to be talking about building splash pads that spray water up in the air when we're telling people every day we're in a drought situation and that we have a water shortage. And that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
All right, thank you, Mayor. You know, going back to what I was saying about the preventive maintenance, and I'm assuming we're going to have the same kind of thing here with the construction, that we're going to have preventive maintenance built into it. However, we have the one over at Bill Witt. I've never seen anybody do anything there. So I was wondering, what is the maintenance plan for these things? How often do they get service?
Once a week.
No. I mean, you obviously have things for your testing for, I guess, chlorine levels, that kind of stuff. But I mean, there's got to be, what's the preventive maintenance associated with it when you shut it down or when you start it up? I mean, what is that? I guess I'm asking. I apologize for interrupting you, but what is the plan in Maximo? Are all these things in Maximo to be maintenanced?
We're working to get every asset that we have in Maximo, including our splash pads.
So all the splash pads are in Maximo right now, or not?
I can give you that information I don't have right now. I believe they are, sir. But
okay. Like I said, we want to make sure anytime we have something new, we want to take care of it. And I was wondering why we didn't get the budget. What the impact, the budget cost to this to the splash pad over the year, like we did with the pool. Did we not? We didn't do it for this one.
No, sir.
Okay.
We'll present it, Councilman. We'll present it as part of the budget. So this summer. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, we did it for one, but not the other. Seems a little.
This one's been a little tougher. It's been.
All right.
It's a smaller project, but it's been pulling teeth to get it there. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm making a point. Okay. So, for this particular splash pad, can you please get me what the maintenance would be and how much maintenance we have done for the previous splash pads? Just give me the Maximo report. Just print out the Maximo.
Okay.
Not necessarily, but
I think the point is, Councilman, and everybody's making the point is, what is the maintenance plan for them? Period. If we're investing in them, let's look at what the maintenance plan. Maybe it's every 5 years you replace something or you have to resurface something, whatever it is. If you'll get back with us, is that correct, Councilman?
And yes, and whatever maintenance has been done on the existing ones.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Just to the point of clarification about water usage and this splash pads, these are quality of life issues, and sometimes you just can't put a number, just like we do for our libraries and our senior centers. This is a quality of life. So just to remind people that, we live in an area that is prone to hottest. I mean, and we need relief. We don't have enough trees, so we need relief from the heat. So I'm grateful, appreciative of my fellow councilmen, bringing up the facts about our water usage. Again, we want to be fair, and we want to make sure that everybody is paying their fair share, and that, yes, we're all conserving, and that is the right thing to do, which is to conserve. And I think the staff is doing a good job at answering our questions about our repurpose or reuse of water. So again, I just want to say thank you. And I just want to point out that what we just voted on, which we all did, on a $10 million pool that is very deserving of District 5, why, the 700,000 item is now being questioned about waters, so.
Good point. Thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah, that's a great point. And yes, you did. No. Go. You go ahead, Councilman. No, it's your turn.
I apologize.
It's your
I forgot to ask. This is in Cole Park, and I know we have security guards there at Cole Park. But I mean, is there a security plan here? I mean, I got the question this morning when I was on the radio that are we creating a shower for homeless people? And I know. I have to bring it up because I was questioned on it, and there is I just want to make sure that it's going to be used for what it's intended for, and you have some sort of security measures around it.
Yes, sir. The water will stop flowing at night.
So you have it on a timer to where it doesn't turn on, because
Yes,
these things are, you push a button, it comes on for a little while, then it shuts off. You have to go push the button again to get it going again. So it's not constantly running. Right.
That turned off
So-
at night, Councilman. Yes, sir.
Right. So, but like I said, I just want to make, I had some concerns brought up to my attention with where it's at. So
They're turned
You
off.
can't stop that. I mean, the homeless can use them in the daytime, just like anybody else can. But we do have security, as you mentioned, at Cole Park. And the system is turned off. So if you do push the button, no water comes out after operating
Right.
hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Councilman, I just got confirmation that all splash pads
I'm sorry, 28. Yes, item 28 is where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To give you a little history about this, in December of 2022, the seated council at the time passed a legislative agenda. In that legislative agenda, there were three provisions that concern the Port of Corpus Christi, and they were to preserve the power of the City of Corpus Christi to appoint 3 members of the governing board, oppose legislation that would expand the authority of the Port of Corpus Christi beyond their role and responsibility to maintain and promote navigable commerce, and 3, to oppose legislation that would expand the unilateral economic development and real estate development authority of the Port of Corpus Christi. The part that I am asking you to consider today is to support, a fourth point would be to support passage of legislation that would place the Port Authority under the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission. So how this came about was in February, the mayor and council members Barrera, Hunter, and Hernandez, we went to Austin and we visited with our delegation, and we took the legislative agenda and handed it to them and went over our legislative agenda, including this part about our concerns about the port. At that time, there were no bills that had been filed regarding the Port of Corpus Christi at that point, but there were some 30-day notices that were floating around out there. I think the Nueces County had filed one, and so had San Patricio County had both filed a 30-day notice that they had intended to file legislation. So at those meetings that we had with our delegation, all of them really wanted us to have a consensus, really come back to them. There was some history of some bad blood between the port and their surrounding counties and the surrounding cities, and they wanted to not have infighting come up to Austin, and so they encouraged all of us to get together and work out on compromises with their neighbors. So as part of that, in late February, mid-February to March, there were meetings that were held with area leadership. I believe the mayor and Councilman Barrera were part of that, and then also people from the county were there, Nueces County were there, and also people, representatives, leadership from over in San Patricio County were there. In early March, Chairman Lozano, right before the deadline, he filed a bill, which was 4483, which would put the port into to become one of the entities that the Sunset Commission reviews. Currently, the port is not part of the Sunset Commission, and I'd like to talk a little bit about what the Sunset Commission is and what it isn't, because it's not my job here to lobby you one way or the other. It is my job to make sure that you have the information that you need to make the best decision that you can make. So oh no, that's the wrong legislative update. That's okay. I'm sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint on this. I thought we were doing this in legislative session, or in executive session. So I have printouts. So I'm a little old school here, and I'll hand those out to you guys. All right. So one of the things that I'd like you guys to know about the Sunset, every entity that comes before the Sunset Commission has to answer the same set of 14 questions, and I'm going to hand those out to you guys right now. And as you can see, when you get these questions, they're really broad in their scope. It's not necessarily an audit of their finances, although that is one aspect of it. But it's also how they relate with the community, their safety record. There's a lot of different areas that they cover in those questions, and that's what a sunset provision is. The bill that Chairman Lozano put forward does not allow for the Port Authority of Nueces County to be abolished. So I know when you think of sunset, you think, oh, it's going to go away, but that's not what's going to happen here. What it will do is set them up so that they will be audited every 12 years by this state agency. It does provide with a lot of transparency. It does provide the opportunity for the public to have input and to see more about the operations of how they do things. I also took a look, because I wanted you to have the guys to have this information. I took a look at a Sunset Commission report that was done on the Port of Houston. This was done in 2013. And originally it was done because Channel 13, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Houston television, but there used to be a guy on there that did a lot of muckraking. Thank you, Marvin Zindler. They had discovered a report where they felt like the port was spending an ostentatious amount of money on parties and whatnot. And so they went to their legislators and they had the Port of Houston reviewed. And they went under this sunset program, and so they're about ready to go back under it again for their 12 years. Mm-hmm. And so what did it do to the Port of Houston? So this is from the Port of Houston's website, and it talks about the impact of what has happened to the port from 2014 to 2018 and how it grew exponentially. And I'll pass these out to you guys too. So, I mean, those can be the benefits of what this sunset review can do, but there's cons to this as well. It is my understanding also in the research that I found that this review, the bill that Chairman Lozano has put forward also has a provision in it that the Port of Corpus Christi will have to pay for this, so that it doesn't cost the state anything. They'll have to pay for it. The Port of Houston in 2013 spent $3.5 million on this, and that's 2013 funds. So I would imagine it would be, I don't know, double that now, maybe 5 million, 6 million, I don't know. They also estimated that it cost them 1,000 man-hours to do that, so that would be very expensive. And also, they are under an audit. It is a big scrutiny, and there are projects going on at the port right now. Off the top of my head, I know they're doing something with hydrogen. Sorry, don't know anything about hydrogen. But anyway, I know they have a big project over there, and that's a competitive process. Could it interfere with their ability to get these contracts? Potentially, I don't know. But I know that that's going to be a concern, and something that you guys need to consider on that as well. So after the sunset review is completed, the Sunset Commission is made up of 5 House members and 5 Senate members, and then 2 members that are appointed from the public, one by the Speaker of the House and one by the Lieutenant Governor. And they review what the professional staff has brought them, and then they make recommendations to the Texas State Legislature. At that point, this becomes a regular bill, and it goes through the regular bill process. So it'll have public hearings, it can be amended, it can go nowhere, something can happen to it. It goes through whatever the traditional legislative process is. And then after that, if it is adopted in the legislature, then it becomes a statute, and then it becomes law. So with that information, I stand ready to take your questions.
Sure, Councilman Barrera.
Wendy,
Yes.
so we assume if this were to pass,
Yes, sir.
then at what point would the Sunset Committee begin review?
They do it in the off sessions, so it will start, they usually take on about anywhere from 20 to 25. They do audits on 20 to 25 entities between sessions, and then it's offered to, right before session started, it is offered to the Texas State Legislature, and they file a bill, and it moves forward in that direction. So it would happen over the next 2 years.
Okay. You know, I guess the way this was proposed to me is obviously, well, every session, Representative Lozano, Chairman Lozano, files all these bills to have more representation, to have more scrutiny of the port with regard to ethics and what have you. And it's very difficult because all of us look at it from a perspective of delusion of power, you know, not wanting to stay in our lane, them to stay in their lane. And so my point is that being said, is, I don't know, I think the way, in a rather simplistic way, is that then the Sunset Commission is going to play referee and decide, okay, you know what, it would be prudent to give San Pat 2 more seats or 1 more seat. It would be prudent that, you know, with the population and the economic development they come. And then they also validate, I for one have felt it in the past that the port tries to, and it's just me, embellish their success. I joke around that some salespeople, all they have to do is answer the phone. They don't necessarily haven't done anything. So I guess that's the thing, looking at this, you know, the questions were asked, well, maybe they should be elected. We'll ask them to review whether it's not, we should have elected port commissioners.
Right, that's not something that we're asking them to consider in this bill. All this bill, they're not so much a referee. I think they're more like a flashlight. It's really about.
So then, what happens to the recommendations? I mean, that's the thing that I think the individuals in San Patricio County are looking for, is for answers to validate what they've been concerned with all the time.
Well, I understand that that's what they would like.
And some of and one commissioner in particular, I mean, Brent Chesney obviously wants to elect port commissioners, and you know, which I'm very much opposed to. And
was in direct opposition to what council had
yes,
given us a mandate in our previous.
I would agree, but
legislative
that's
agenda.
the thing I'm saying. That's the way it's been posed to me, is that number one, they shouldn't be afraid of an audit or a sunset or a review simply because if they're doing everything right. Number two, this helps to provide either validation or it helps. It like I said, and maybe that I'm just really being rather simplistic and play referee.
Right. Well, here's I do want to be very clear about this. We're not considering any of those other things. We're not considering voting on. And we're not considering any of that. The only thing that I brought forward to you today
I'm
is
not
the
saying
Sunset
that. I'm
Commission.
saying the Sunset Commission would
Okay.
review those items. Would they review those items?
They would not. That is not something we are asking them to review.
Okay.
The questions that I gave you there, now, would that come up in public, open whenever they invite the public to come and comment? Probably, because San Patricio's been, you know, very persistent on these points. But that's not what I'm asking you to consider today. The only thing I'm asking you to consider today is the Sunset
I guess,
Commission
but my
bill.
question is, would those items be able to come up during Sunset Review? Like you said, during the public process, if somebody asked, would it be better suited in this, how is the agency achieving its mission and goals and objectives? And somebody in San Patricio County says, hey, they're not meeting our mission's goals and objectives because
Yes.
of the fact that we're not properly represented.
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I would guess that if I were a betting woman, I would say that San Patricio County will absolutely say that because that's been a very important component to them. But that's not what I'm asking you to do, and that's not your
I know,
consideration.
I'm not asking you. All I'm
Your
trying.
consideration is what does the council of Corpus Christi
Yeah, that's what I'm
want to
saying.
do?
If we approve that, because that's what San Pat wants, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to paint you in a corner. I just
okay.
don't want to, my thing is that, from that perspective, if it's going to answer all the questions, well, yes, I support it. If it doesn't answer those questions, then we're wasting everybody's time. That's really my thing. It's that's really part of, I think, how we got this far, is we've got a community that feels they're not represented, and they seem to feel that if we go through this sunset review, that all of a sudden now they're going to have some answers because we've been to the legislature, and each one of the majority of the lawmakers, the majority of the members say, you guys are going to have to figure it out and learn to work together. And we haven't been able to, and it's not exclusive to us.
Right, and potentially this is an attempt to do that. Potentially this is an attempt to be able to work together with our neighbors in order to come to a conclusion.
And once again, that's the way it's been posed to me, and that's why I would support it. But I don't want to go through the process if it doesn't answer it doesn't satisfy the individuals that are requesting this to answer those questions.
Well, and I will tell you this, once it gets back to the legislature in 2 years, I mean, legislative process is like making sausage. Who knows what's going to happen? So, I mean, they could have everything in their report that everybody in this area would like to have, and it still may get changed somewhere along the way. So, I mean, I wish there was a foolproof or a foolproof answer for you, sir. But at this point, I mean, there's always opportunity because it is open to the public and it is a transparent process. There's always opportunity for change.
Okay, one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Because I know it's very complicated and there's a lot of ambiguity. Senator Lamantilla filed legislation also with regard to is it just Chairman Lozano that filed?
No. Senator Lamantilla filed the companion bill. The port is in her district.
Okay, so she filed a companion bill for also, among other things, in addition to Sunset Review.
Yeah, she's filed a lot of bills.
Yeah, but I know that they also, as far as the expansion of port commissioners and all that, but this item in particular that we're reviewing today, it's a component of her, the legislation she's filed as well.
Yes, this is one that she has filed as well.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Wendy, you had mentioned the Port of Houston. Are there any other local type agencies that are under Sunset Review, like, for example, a Regional Transportation Authority? Or any regional transportation authorities in the state?
No, sir, I did not. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I didn't do a great search for anything in this area that had been under there.
Are there?
I know that there's, like I said, there's 131. I think that they said on their website that they currently monitor, and most of them are federal agents, are state agencies. Yes, sir.
So there are no cities or counties on that list?
No, sir, there are not.
So considering the anti-city kind of sentiment that are there, do you envision us being in that scenario?
Oh, could we possibly? Well, it's a little late now. Nobody could file that bill now.
No, I mean, because this is.
Could it
happen? You kind of open the door to things like this. If you're going to be advocating for one agency, well, then I could see it being advocated for the RTA. When I was there was a lot of suspicious things going on.
Right.
When I served on that board, and that I was not really comfortable with. So I could very well see that we can also include the RTA in that at some point. And I'm sure some of my council member friends, like Councilman Barrera, would probably approve of that, right?
Well, there's a very famous quote out there that when the Texas State Legislature in session, anything could happen. So,
right.
Yes,
so
sir.
I look at this like, we didn't initiate this. This was something that was initiated by somewhere else that didn't consult with us and didn't talk to us about this. And I think I'd much rather be on the front side of things than on the back side of things. And sometimes you open the floodgates for other stuff. And I would caution us to not necessarily be in favor of something that may come back to bite us. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Pesley.
Never mind.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else have any comment? Question. I guess, can you give us some reasons as to what are typically reasons that you would, put, and you had shared a document.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess there's probably as many reasons that people have come under the Sunset Review as there are agencies that are out there. Sometimes there are whiffs of scandal. Although in the executive report that I read about the Houston port, because we are dealing with a port. So, and the executive review they really didn't fault the Port of Houston about spending. I think the thing was $1,500 a night on a hotel in New York, and they were like, well, sometimes, and you're talking about New York City, and hotels are expensive, and a business has to spend money to make money and to be competitive, and so they really didn't end up faulting the Port of Houston about that expenditure. Now, they did fault them about some other things, and as you can see from the report that I sent you, the improvements that they made were impacted the Port of Houston positively, financially anyway. So, I mean, but like I said, there's probably as many reasons that people come under the Sunset Review as there are.
I think those are very important, and I'm going to go ahead and read some.
Okay.
Improve local governmental cooperation. Reduce litigious activity with local government and private industry partners. Improve open government transparency. Better control on expenditures of public funds. And I'm going to stop right there. Because what I would say, and I'm not trying to lobby anyone either, but there's a lot of talk on this dais earlier about the tax dollar and public funding. And although we are city council, I'm supporting this because those monies are public monies. The Port of Corpus Christi is not a quasi-agency. The Port of Corpus Christi is a public entity. And I don't think I have to, remind everyone of a lot of the expenditures, as you mentioned, and some of the things that we've all had, most of us probably, have had conversations with our own appointees over at the port as to greater oversight of this, policy changes, pulling back the reins. Councilman Pusley and I probably extensively have had conversations about that. Pulling back the reins meaning, how are we justifying spending public funds on baseball games and trips, 18-day trips to Israel and such? And maybe you can. I don't know. That's not in our lane. But what I am saying is that's the reason for me. The reason is, as a region, I think that all neighbors, I don't know of one, all neighbors in this region has said, there's a tool out there. It is not to punish anyone because we are very proud of our port. We're not necessarily proud of what we have all seen from multiple people, friends and partners and everything in between. And so I think today is really, it's really an effort to say, maybe we need to have better control on expenditures of public funds. Maybe we need to look at improved public input of environmental permitting and vetting of proposed projects and port spending, improved guidelines and transparency for promotional and gift spending, improved ethics standards and conflict of interest statements for both commissioners and authority staff, and maybe establishing policy, guidelines, and public engagement for competing with private industry would be a good idea.
I know that was absolutely something that happened at the Port of Houston. I know that they had a tremendous change to their policies,
Right.
And the way that they did business and the way they interacted with the public.
Yeah, and so that I'm just sharing because I think it's a good it's a tool, that's all. It is a tool, and it's what's come forth across the region, and that's why, obviously, it's before us all. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. You made a lot of good points, so has everyone else. You know, this would be a different story if this was brought to us in December. How are you going to get this passed through committee if we give this to you?
Well, sir,
And I just for the record, I commend the courage from the mayor and some of the council members that support this, because I think every government entity needs this, not just the board, for the record. But please, tell me how you would get it passed.
well, the process is, it's already been assigned to committee. Now, we have been told by our delegation that if we don't have consensus, that this probably doesn't have a chance. So,
Consensus meaning
meaning that all of the area entities in the area, the county, the city, the
super majority.
correct.
Exactly.
And so they would need to have the support of any portion of anything. There's also, as we know, there are bills out there about electing commissioners, about adding commissioners, and there are, if those do not have support of the city of Corpus Christi, the county of Nueces, and the San Patricio County, then our delegation has told us they will not move these forward. They look very, they look
Sorry.
down on that too.
And I understand, I do know this, but it's better, whoever hired Wendy did an excellent job. I'm just gonna throw that out there. She is excellent, and she knows what she's doing. And that's why I'm asking you these questions, because you can explain it better than I can. But also, you get a pass on this because you came on right before session started.
Right before session started.
Right before session started, so you get a big pass. But if we're gonna do something like this, because this is a huge deal,
Yes, sir.
signed, sealed, and delivered by all government entities, January 15th, sounds reasonable. It should be done way before that. In fact, we should vote on this, you know, between the August and November timeframe, which is tough on an election year. But to push this forward on a committee when we don't have the full consensus that they talk about and all the other standards that we usually go through, it's very difficult to jump on board with this, even though I think that there's a lot of great things in here. I'm surprised that y'all took some of them out, which are some of the things I support, like Commissioner Chesney. I like giving the people the power to vote, because it takes a lot of the heat off my shoulders.
Yes, sir, I understand. This seemed to be the one that there was the most consensus on amongst this council, and so I wanted to bring this forward to you for consideration. And it'll be up to you wise people.
And I think Chairman Lozano should keep pushing. I mean, that's where all the investment's going. I think that we need that investment on our side. I think Nueces County needs that. We need those tax dollars over here so that we can benefit in Corpus Christi. I know that we expand all the way out to the very corners of San Patricio County in our ETJ, but still, we need that money on both sides. But it's too late in the game for me. I think that y'all should start this a lot sooner, and I think that you could build the consensus up there. But thank you for what you're doing. I know it's difficult up there, especially right now, and keep going. I'm glad you have a smile on your face, because almost all of them have that erased already, so.
You know, I have to say, it's a ball. It's a ball. I'm having a good time.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, Mayor, your points are well taken. I respect Councilman Hunter's comments as well. This is late in the game, but I would argue that it's maybe better late than never. I think every public entity should be able to endure this kind of scrutiny. And I would say that about any agency, whether it's affiliated with the city or not. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Pusley.
Okay. So just a couple of things real quick. And I agree with Councilman Barrera in the fact that, you know, if we do a piece of this, especially this audit thing, whatever it is, I'm not sure San Patricio's going to get the answer at the end of the day that they want. And I just think we're, 2 years from now, we'll be right back where we started. But having said that, I received a call day before yesterday from one of our port commissioners that represents the city. So I wouldn't be accused of being a rogue council member again. I met with the mayor and informed her of the discussion that we had. And the Port Commission has an audit committee, just like the city has an audit committee, which Councilman Hernandez chairs and does a fine job of. The audit committee they are meeting this afternoon, and they are going to approve a full financial audit just like this is asking for. They're going to hire the same company that the city of Corpus Christi utilizes, Weaver and, I can't remember.
Associates. Weaver
Yes.
and, yeah, Weaver and Associates.
Weaver and Associates. They will conduct the audit, and that will be approved by the audit committee today. It's my understanding that the San Patricio County Port Commissioner has drafted the way they want the audit to look. So hopefully San Patricio gets what they want from that perspective, at least. They may not get the additional port commissioners and whatnot in this go-around. And that will be taken up by the full Port Commission next Tuesday morning. The audit committee doesn't have to take it to the full Port Commission, but they have decided to go ahead and do that. They're like our audit committee. They can approve that without full council, but they're going to take it to. So I think the benefit of that is we can have that report back to this community within a few months. The process you talk about, Wendy, and you're absolutely correct. When the state legislature meets, there's no telling what'll happen. My favorite quote is, the most dangerous thing on earth is the Texas legislature in session. But the fact of the matter is we can get that information back to this community within a few months. And we don't have to wait 2 years for those recommendations. And 2 years is a long time.
Yes, sir, it is. And I will say this, though, while for the financial audit is an important component of it, the Sunset does review many other systems and
I understand.
policies and things.
But I think this gets us at least the part that most of us have shown concern about. So I just wanted to share that information, and
thank you.
Be that as it may.
Councilman Roy.
You know, as I listen to this, I think both sides have some compelling reasons behind whether to do this or not. I've said from the beginning that I just feel like the timing's not right. I think there's some ambiguity in terms of the process. I mean, I understand the process itself, but looking at the intent leading up to where we're at right now in terms of voting. You know, I've listened to San Patricia and the leadership there and some of their concerns. And I agree with some of the council members. I don't know if necessarily the things that they're looking for, that this would even meet the criteria of what they're looking for.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've spoken to some of them and asked them, you know, is this an all or nothing proposition? Because I think they had a list of 6 things they wanted, and that was not the case.
I've also spoken to members of the county, and I know where they stand. So I don't think we have, as it was put before by Councilmember Hunter, that we have the full support here. So I'm not going to go into any more. I mean, I've listened. I think we just need to vote and get this done. So, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
You know, I might want to add, I think during that time that Councilmember Hernandez was talking about when he was on the board, that there was a strong community support to do a forensic audit after they had already received a award on their CAFR. And they went through and at that time, albeit it wasn't $3 million or $6 million to do that, but I think for the public's sake, they went through that process and they were found to be in compliance. So, ooh.
Okay. Finish now.
Anyway, and you know, here's the thing. Once again, I have a saying: all feedback is good. All feedback is good, and you know, I think it's like I said, and I've said it to many people. I met with Commissioner Guerra, and I said, you guys need to go and make friends across the bridge. You know, I mean, and we're ambassadors to our constituents. They should be ambassadors to us, and they're ambassadors to the region. I'm trying to not be sarcastic. It hurts. But I think I look at it from perspective. They're going to go around the world, basically, to sell the Port of Corpus Christi. They can cross the bridge to sell the Port of Corpus Christi. And obviously, there's some frustrated folks up there. One of our part of our legislative delegation, including the senator that covers the port, has asked for this. And, you know, I just got a text. The governor just said that we should all learn to play well together. And I think that's a part of it, just to learn to play well together. I think that's what the RTA did back at that time. They went through a forensic audit, as was requested, and they played well. And I think their CEO was scrutinized, and their board was scrutinized, and the audit came out, and regardless of whatever innuendo is still out there. So, you know, all feedback is good. So, you know, if it's for the purpose of determining the public trust, and determining the trust of all the region, and validating all that information, you know, I don't see how it hurts. Yeah, you know, we went through this thing, and we're all divided on that, of what that means. So obviously, you guys know where I stand, and in the truth be told, I do a lot of business out in San Pat County, and it's not about that. And part of the reason I do business out there is because I'm very transparent. I could tell you 2 sessions ago, when I first got on the council, is when we got into this deal about annexing the area around Gregory and the ETJ to be able to make the deal with Gulf Coast Growth Ventures. We went through a lot of scrutiny. I got on the council, and a month later, I'm testifying about why we need to be able to annex over there. And the legislature was trying to limit that, and San Pat was very much opposed to that. I remember having a contentious conversation with Chairman Lozano, of which I wanted to get out of the room during that period. And so, but you know, I mean, that was the whole thing. We were straight up, we were honest. We said, hey, all feedback is good, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to move forward together. And so, we're not always going to be on the same page, but I think, like I said, all feedback is good. And although it's an expense, if we can figure out a way where it's that way, I think it removes the contention. It's already been validated. Now, whether we want to believe it after, such as, I'll use the example of the RTA again, after that forensic audit was done, you know, after they've already done their audit and received awards from their CAFR, received awards from other the transit community, and we seem to differ, well, at least they got it done, and they said here it's been documented, and they're good. So anyway, obviously everybody knows where I'm going with this, so.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. And I'd like to clarify, I did receive a phone call that, you know, this morning regarding the audit that is going to hopefully be, you know, voted on and put forth at the port. It is an audit that is for the P&D fund and for Mr. Strawbridge's expenses. Now, in that meeting, should they add more things to include, you know, I don't know. And nonetheless, Councilman Busley, I think it's really good that they're going to do that. That shows a lot, because there was a motion made in a Port Commission meeting several weeks ago, maybe a couple, 2-3 weeks ago, to have a forensic audit, and it was voted down. And that is concerning as well. So it's unfortunate that, yes, we're in a position that we all have had the conversations that we're not proud of some of the things that we blatantly see going on out there. We're proud of our port, and we think that there's probably no perfect agency, but hence this tool. And so I think moving forward, I don't know, Councilman Hunter, that there's ever a great time for anyone to say, yeah, let's vote on a sunset review. Those are public dollars. And the same way we have a responsibility to make use of those public dollars in the best way possible. Although the port is not an elected body, they are very much to be held accountable and responsible by this body, by Nueces County, by San Patricio County. And if that's not happening, sadly, then we have tools such as this to implement. So that's what this is about. In the end, hopefully, things are more transparent than they are today. Ms. Gumpels.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been listening and trying to, thank you for presenting this to begin with, the sunset review, Wendy, the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is exactly why you would ask for a review. They're basic questions, What authority does the agency have related to fees, inspections, enforcement, and penalties? Does the agency promptly and effectively address complaints? I mean, these are, I know that I've had some of my friends go and make public comment at the port, and they're not always very open. I mean, it's just, and I think just listening to all the conversations and trying to make a decision on this, I personally don't see anything wrong with recommending a sunset review. I think it just, again, brings confidence to the community that our dollars are being spent wisely, right? So I would be inclined to support this.
Thank you, Ms. Gumpels. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that, am I understanding correctly that Councilman Barrera is in support of a sunset review for the RTA? And
next session.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. There's some other organizations you could say that this possibly apply to. I would think the San Patricio Municipal Water District
Yes, sir.
could actually benefit from something like this. But where do you draw the line? I mean, would we want that on us? Would we want a sunset review for the city of Corpus Christi? I mean, just remember that when you advocate for something to go for on some other entity, that same thing can come back to us. Now, like I said, we do I think we do a pretty decent job of trying to maintain transparency, but it's not 100%. There's some things that, we probably do better. But, if I just want to make sure that when we're pointing the fingers, there's three fingers pointing back at us.
Right.
So just to, and we all know, and you mentioned it earlier, there's an anti-city sentiment in the State House.
Mm-hmm.
They've been coming after us for at least last three sessions. I could see it, every city above, a certain number could be under the sunset provision. So I just want to make sure we're clear that, we don't burn bridges.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I think we have a system that is so filled with policy and procedures that we couldn't do a fourth of the spending, or Peter couldn't, or anyone else for that matter. So, but I get your point, Councilman. I do understand your point. Okay. With that, I'm going to go and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 28? Okay. We will close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 28.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Huerta, would you call roll? We can start with my left.
Okay. Councilmember Suckley. This is for passage of resolution number 28.
No.
Klein?
Yes.
Roy?
No.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hunter?
No.
Leslie? No. Hernandez?
No.
Campos?
Yes.
Mayor Guajardo?
Yes. Aye.
Okay, the resolution fails.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go, thank you, Wendy. We'll go back to item number 20.
What about the other piece of legislation, the other resolution, the? Oh, okay. So we're not. Okay.
Okay, so this takes us back to item 24, back in line. So that is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with RVK Architecture for the design of a new wastewater maintenance facility.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. As you mentioned, this item is an architectural contract to design a new maintenance facility that was approved in the CIP last year. It's to build a 10,000 square foot facility back behind the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant for maintenance of electrical, mechanical, instrumentation equipment for all of the 6 wastewater treatment plants and the 105 lift stations. And the contract is with RVK Architecture of San Antonio. That was one of 8 firms that responded to an RFQ that was published in December, and this was the highest ranked of the 8 firms. I stand ready for any questions.
Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, so don't we give some sort of bonus or for being local in terms of folks that bid?
Well, in the evaluation criteria, there's usually the people that score these. So what happens is we usually have 1 or 2 people from engineering services, then we have people from the operating department. There was a non-voting ELT member that also attended these interviews. There's a 2-step process. You get a written statement of qualifications. Those are scored. Oh.
Yeah, Councilman Josh Cronley, Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. The local preference that we apply to professional services is not legally able to be applied to anything that's covered by the Procurement Act of Texas, or I'm sorry, the Professional Service Act of Texas 2254. And it says that if you're going to procure architects and engineers, land surveyors, there's a litany of others, we're not able to apply a local preference. So instead, what we do is we ask for local expertise and knowledge. And we've worked with the engineering community to make sure that they were comfortable with us including that criteria, and they're actually in support of it. But we're not able to actually apply bonus points for local businesses within this category.
Okay.
It's not bonuses, but you should score higher if you've got local experience.
Yeah. So let me take it one step further. So I understand your response, but looking at the bid tabulation and the breakdown, it also had consulting engineers that were also from out of town. So it seems like if we're really providing, if we see value in that local knowledge, we should require the top bidder to utilize engineers locally to obtain that local knowledge. And then you look at their breakdown and they've got $15,000 in travel, and I assume that's because they're from San Antonio. So there's, not only do we not have the local knowledge, but now we have additional costs associated with using somebody from San Antonio. That's what it appears.
I mean, we can do the best, I don't know that we can require a bidder to utilize a subcontractor or but we definitely place as much emphasis as we're legally able to do within the procurement. I mean, that was the goal. That's why we brought the local preference policy for council consideration in December of 2021, because we were excited to try to help us as a city achieve our goal of using more local vendors. But when we have a qualified firm and there's no reason to think that they're not responsible or not responsive, then our recommendation has to be the most qualified under the committee scores.
Councilman Presley?
Yeah, Josh, I guess the first thing that jumped out at me when I looked at the bid tab is that really there was 1, 2, 3 architectural firms on this bid tab, is that correct? And the rest look like they're all engineering firms, is that correct? And I just thought there was more engineering firms bid on this project than there were architects, and this is an architect job, if I understand it correctly. Is that not true? I mean, if an engineering firm bids on this as an architectural job, it seems to me like they're gonna have to go out and hire an architect to do the architectural work.
Some of these folks have architecture in-house, so Bath doesn't, but I would say HDR and Jacobs both have in-house architecture.
Okay.
Not necessarily locally, but they have it within their company.
Okay. And so when you, and I'm trying to learn how y'all do this process, and please excuse me, I ask these questions. When you put out for this, do you like put this on a bulletin board somewhere and like you were talking about a while ago, Jeff, with the swimming pool project? So that's how it goes out.
Typically, when the CIP is passed,
right,
we'll immediately put out 1 or 2 very large RFQs. And we decided to separate engineering and facilities on this one. So there was a big engineering one that went out, and then it was followed by the facility one. So we scanned the CIP that's approved, what are any new projects that don't have engineers or architects, and then we publish a document called an RFQ, Request for Qualifications.
Right.
And it gives them instructions on how to respond, how they'll be evaluated, and gives them an idea of what the timeline is. And they're usually given a month to get their documents in, and then we put the teams together, distribute those out, and score them. And Josh administers that process.
Okay. Okay. I just thought it was curious that we had so many engineering firms bidding on an architectural project. And I realize some engineering firms do have in-house architects, but.
Yeah, there are some that I wasn't aware they had any in-house architecture. But.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we go through this every time we have some of this procurement for professional services, because it's a selection process where we don't necessarily see all the thing, and until we have some, I guess, courage to put this on our legislative agenda and start talking to our representatives about changing this to where we can address some of this stuff, we're going to continue to have these problems. I mean, it is what it is. We don't see the selection process. We only see the results of it from when we get it, and we see the bid tabulations. We don't see the inner machinations of it. So it's you see the difficulty for us as it is to make the decision on something that comes to us like this. And it's not your fault. You're following the law. I get you. You know, I think we really need to consider that anytime we have this come up with legislation, we need to have this as a priority to try and communicate the ways to changes to make it easier for us to be able to deal with this kind of stuff. Whether it be local preference, whether it be adding a price component to it, whatever it may be, we need to address it. On this particular projects note, looking at the page on this, there's 10,361 square feet, right? Not all of it is climate controlled, right? I see that the work area, about 8,000 square feet of it is climate controlled. No, 2,900 square feet.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Wesley Nipkin, Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. Yes, sir. It's about 2,000 square feet will be office space or controlled air.
Okay, so this is just basically a warehouse with an office within it, not a whole lot of components to it. Some lockers, some bathrooms.
You'll have that, but there's also going to be specific equipment that's going to be used to do this type of work that we're doing. Mounting stations, cranes, things like that. Lifting,
there's cranes that are going to be in the ceiling.
Overhead cranes, things like that, that are required to do, because these pumps are fairly large. The motors, the pumps that we utilize. Okay, and looking at it, I calculated it just for the construction of this, based on the architectural, it's going to be $428 a square foot.
for a warehouse with some special additions to it.
Yes, sir. And I checked with pricing with facilities and previous jobs that the city has had, and it's in line with what we've seen.
I don't know, maybe I'll ask more commercial bankers that are on this council here if they feel the same with regards to that. The two other,
Councilman, we can have Neiman read off the list of the most recent projects that the city's done. They're all in the $400 to $600 price per square foot.
I'm just talking about commercially, right?
This is the city work. Yeah,
I've always said that we pay 2 and 3 times as much for the same building as someone in the private sector. And, you know, like I said, I'll leave it to my commercial bankers over here to give you their input on it. But it seems like it's high, and the way it's structured here, since we base on qualification only, it almost incentivizes these firms to increase the price because their fee is based on the overall project. So anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Councilman Hernandez, any insurance agent in this city or anywhere in the state of Texas, probably anywhere in the United States, could give you that information. 400 to 600 is way too high. It's way too high. Your average is about 175. And that may not include inflation over 8 years. There's no way inflation's gone up. I have seen 600 per square foot, but that was because the entire facility was a computer.
All I can tell you, the recent cost experience that we're seeing, like the Flower Bluff Police Substation, we paid something like $380. And of course, the building existed. That was a renovation. The police training academy was 650, something like that. All I can tell you, anybody can bid. Now, it doesn't make sense to me why, if it could be done for a much cheaper price, people aren't coming in and submitting lower bids and making a big profit off of it. But, you know, I can tell you, like, we had 2 bids on the Bill Witt pool earlier, neither one local. We followed a competitive process to put it out. I can only assume that represents current market conditions.
Well, I mean, it's based on the design, right? So if you design it to a certain specification that's going to cost more, it's going to cost more, right? So that's why I said and I commend our city manager for wanting to bring an architect onto your staff. As a matter of fact, I actually saw the job posting yesterday. So I appreciate that you're going to do that, but I mean, there's got to be some better review for these kind of things because these projects are getting more and more expensive and a cost per square foot, and it makes us look ridiculous. It really does. Thank you.
Okay. So that is all the questions. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak or make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 24. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 25 is a fiscal year 2023 plan of finance and resolution authorizing and approving publication of notice of intention to issue not more than $15 million in one or more series of certificates of obligation for certain facility construction and capital improvements.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City, Heather Holbert, Director of Finance for the city.
Motion to approve.
All right, do we have a second on the motion?
Puts a limit on it, that's good.
Okay, we have a second. And that is, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25? Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. Hernandez.
I voted against the use of certificates of obligation for specific reasons that I think it should be used in emergencies and not as a regular finance tool. But considering that we're already on the way through this, I'm not going to vote for it, but I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Okay. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, ma'am. I just did want to recognize again our two financial advisors from Specialized Public Finance. They've been with us since yesterday. We had an opportunity to have an over an hour lunch yesterday talking about our finances and the market and some of our financing opportunities for the future. And so Dan is here. He's one of the principals of the company, and then Victor is the local representative who coincidentally is going to be opening a local office here as well. So we want to thank them for their professionalism and financial advice and just recognize them today.
Yes, wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you for being here, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you. Okay, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, if there's no further questions.
Okay, all righty. Did I already open public comment? I did. Okay, couldn't remember. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. And Councilman Hernandez abstains.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Item number 26 is a motion authorizing execution of amendment number 1 to the professional services contract with D&G Studios Incorporated for the fabrication and implementation of wayfinding signage citywide.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 27 is a motion authorizing a 60-month lease agreement with Bayview Tower LLC for lease of office space at Bayview Tower, 400 Man Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. It is for 6,422 square feet for our wonderful Parks and Recreation staffing.
Motion to approve, since I will be on the 10th floor.
Okay.
If you hear anybody stomping, it's not me, just
Yeah.
FYI. That's not me
Yes.
making all that
We're,
noise.
we're on the second, sir.
Oh,
so
well, you'll
if I
still
you-
hear it.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilman Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Is this a renew of a lease? I thought aren't we already leasing some space in this building?
This was included, this is a new lease, Councilman. It was included in the budget, but we do have our 311 call center is in the same building as well as Visit Corpus Christi.
Okay,
They're
that's
in
what
that
I
building,
thought.
too. Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is just an expansion of what we already have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why don't we just go ahead and buy the
Okay.
building and get it up?
Councilman Hunter?
Right.
I would just like to say, this is prudent spending, because when I was looking for an office with my lovely partner, we went everywhere downtown. Lovely, lovely, charismatic, champion. We would look everywhere. These were by far the best price. It was well suited in a professional atmosphere, and I think that y'all did a really good job. I really do.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is prudent spending right here.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 27? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second on
Oh,
the
we have a
floor.
motion and a second, sorry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 29 is a resolution of the Corpus Christi City Council supporting open beaches and opposing any legislation, administrative action, or executive action that may directly or indirectly limit the public's right of access and open enjoyment of public beaches, including vehicular access.
Second.
Third.
Okay, we've got to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 29? There being no one, we will close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And I'd also like to comment that these are on the agenda. Councilman Suckley, who is District 4 councilman, so that includes Flower Bluff and the Island, is very adamant to make certain that the message was heard in Austin, that we oppose anything that would restrict vehicular access or close our beaches, because we love our open beaches. And I don't know if you'd like to make a comment, Councilman Suckley.
No, I just appreciate Mr. McGinn bringing the stakeholders together. We had Judge Scott and Commissioner Chesney there as well, and so just glad we're able to get this out there. And if we could make sure that Wendy's got this information to take with her and supply if necessary.
Absolutely. And that brings us to the next item, number 30. Same thing. Councilman Suckley and I had a good meeting with staff, and that was about not only open beaches and vehicular access, but also supporting the sea turtle science recovery program, which is item number 30, a resolution of the Corpus Christi City Council supporting the sea turtle science and recovery program at Padre Island National Seashore. You want to make a motion? No, Councilman.
On the other one.
We did not? I thought we did.
Yes, we did.
Oh, we
Yeah.
We just need 30.
Sorry, falling asleep back here.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Would anyone in the audience like to make a comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
And thank you. Just so you're aware, the county's taking up both of these resolutions tomorrow.
Right.
For approval.
The motion carries. Very good. Item number 31 and our last item is case number 1022-07, Ariba Development located in District 1. Councilman Klein, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just, when this came before us before, I voted against it. I'm going to vote against it again. This is regarding Sessions Road.
Yes, sir.
I just think that intersection is too dangerous right now, the way they've got the exit off of I-37. TxDOT's created that problem, but we're going to have to deal with it right now. I don't want to compound it by approving this zoning, so I'll be voting no against this.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And Mayor, if I may, staff is requesting a motion to amend the zoning ordinance to clarify special permit conditions to specify the required 60 feet of right-of-way for Sessions Road and reconstruction of Sessions Road with a 26-foot pavement width as drafted by staff.
Okay.
So I believe you have a copy of the motion.
Yes.
And the ordinance, the amended ordinance was included in your item.
Councilman Roy.
Yes, thank you for the clarification, and I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a
Second.
second? We have a second. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 31?
Right, so we have the motion to approve,
Motion to
and then now we just need a
Let me
motion to
close
amend.
public. I'm going to go ahead and
Sure,
close
Mayor.
public comment. So we have a motion to amend?
Yes.
We have a second?
Yeah, I second it.
Okay.
Well, no,
Can we read the language for the motion to amend? Just
Read
Oh,
the
she
language.
just did. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So we have a
Ms. Klein
motion to
did.
amend, and we have a second.
Yes.
Okay.
So we can vote on the motion
Okay,
to
all in
amend.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Councilman Pusley. We're amending to that.
We're amending what was approved at the last meeting, is that
Yes,
right? Okay.
on first
So we're
reading.
what was changed? The width of the road? I don't. Is that
Yeah,
what-
we were clarifying the 26-foot pavement width,
Okay. That's
which
what
was under discussion at the
And the
last
60
meeting,
feet.
so,
And the 60.
And the 60 feet, okay.
and the
all right.
60 feet, yes, sir.
And I'm good with all that. And I did want to say, Councilman Klein, you bring up an excellent point. I have the same concerns you do. I'm hoping that as this project progresses, which will take some time, that we can work with TxDOT and the developer and the city to maybe come up with some solutions for that intersection, because I share Councilman Klein's concerns. This is a dangerous intersection.
Right, Councilman, we already have numerous solutions we presented to the developer and TxDOT, so we'll continue to work with TxDOT, but it's really TxDOT that has to accept our, there's some obvious ones that'll definitely work to keep it safe. TxDOT just needs to agree to do them. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All in favor, yes, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries.
but we have to approve them.
As
motion
amended. That was the amendment, and now we just need to approve it as amended.
I move to approve as amended.
Okay. thank you.
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.